sit in this room longer today, I guess, if you're interested in that. First up today is we've got an update on federal relief and infrastructure funds. I'd like to welcome the governor's A-team down here. And so with that, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. McKay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Again, Rennie McKay, Governor Mark Gordon's policy director. Very honored to be with you. Thank you all to the members of the 66th Joint Appropriations Committee. As we've managed these federal funds along with a lot of other enormous challenges over the last 2 years, it sure has been an honor to work with you. Rob Krieger from our office is our point on the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and he may join us at any minute. But I'll just start walking you through a few things.
Is that a threat for Rob to join us, or is that a promise?
I don't know which one you'd prefer, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
So just it was saw you in September, and not a lot has changed. Generally, I can take questions from you. Probably is the most effective thing if there's any issues that you want to ask about or kind of address. But I would like to get to a short discussion about the next steps for the unallocated or the potentially reallocated ARPA dollars that you'd like you to consider in a governor's letter in December. So generally just start with, again, the American Rescue Plan Act provided $1 billion to the state of Wyoming through this state and local relief fund, and half of that was available for revenue replacement in Wyoming, and that is what you discussed yesterday with Director Hibbard. I want to thank his team very much for all the work they're doing on this dashboard for transparency, so it's easy to see what's happening with these dollars and see what is ahead as well. But so with the other $500 million in federal dollars, most of that was allocated through Senate File 66. And again, there's about 120 that is unallocated or available for reallocation here in the year or two ahead. As we look at...
Go ahead, excuse me, Randy. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I want to understand that number better. 120 for reallocation, 120 million, and how's that classified?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
72 million was unallocated as of the end of last session. 2 million and change was put into a program that was not ARPA eligible. That was the Wyoming Home Visitation Program, the Department of Health. So that got us to 74 million. You allocated, the governor asked for dollars to be in his office to deal with the healthcare response to COVID. And $50 million was allocated there. We've spent about $5 million on testing. And so that leaves $45 million in that bucket that the governor would propose reallocating some of that. So that gets us to the 120 across what was either unallocated at the end of last session, ineligible for ARPA where it was allocated, so now is available to be reallocated, or in that $50 million, $45 million bucket that the governor will propose to use some ways to reallocate that.
So the 45 million, is that, which bucket of ARPA dollars was that?
Direct.
No, which one? You had the specific purpose, construction, you had the ones that part of the offset?
Mr. Chairman, this was the governor's office, $50 million for the COVID response. And you put that specific language on that needed to be for the healthcare response, not eligible under ARPA, but it would needed to be focused on that. So the 5 million, 4.5 million that has been spent.
So the question is, what else can that money be used for? Anything? That's my question.
ARPA eligible.
Mr. Chairman, I think you even specified that a little bit further, that it would need to be spent on things like testing, anything that is more actually health related, not all of those other uses of ARPA Direct.
That's my question.
And so,
not replacement, it's ARPA Direct, and then you tightened it up further with some language in the budget footnote that directed that towards a healthcare response.
so go ahead, Representative Larson.
But Rennie, if we wanted to reallocate it, we could craft language allowing it to go to another type of program.
Mis-
Correct.
Mr. Chairman.
As long as it met ARPA requirements.
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly right. And the governor would like to propose using some of that for reallocations. So it would be tweaking the language in the footnotes on that section to use some of that 45 million.
And do we envision other monies freeing up, depending on how it's used, or that we've allocated over the next course of the next year or two, on whether or not it may be used or may not be used?
Mr. Chairman, I don't anticipate much, but there may be a few $1 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Only in government, you say, oh, man, not much, maybe a few million. Only in government do we say things like that.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Hibbert, Director of State Budget Department. I believe the question is centered on ARPA permissible. If we had a general fund expenditure that we could identify within the remaining general fund appropriation that is unspent, or maybe even perhaps spent, then what we could do is classify that as ARPA permissible, which would be enhancing the ARPA revenue replacement.
So, but follow up on that, Kevin or Rennie, when we, in that regard, I mean, ultimately, I mean, there may be a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I mean, you and we have, particularly you have probably I've kept a close eye on that. So, I mean, are you aware of additional replacement opportunities at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the answer to your question is that you're correct. There is a limited amount of remaining amount that we could go ARPA permissible, and it would be a difficult task.
Yeah.
We worked diligently to get where we were as far as the ARPA revenue replacement to date with the Department of Family Services, Corrections, and also Department of Health.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, continue on, Rennie.
So again, Mr. Chairman, I'll touch on that briefly, those last dollars. And as you say, it's kind of remarkable that what we talk about with all these federal dollars that went out in the last couple of years. So Senate File 66 made available that table to the public and to all of you that's online that outlines where those Senate File 66 dollars went and the status of those programs. Right now, the State Loan and Investment Board is downstairs reviewing the first major program, and that's the water and sewer program. So there's $50 million allocated there. I think there's about $220 million in applications for that program. And through your budget footnote and rulemaking, establish those criteria to try to make sure that those dollars did stretch as far as possible, were matched, and also would have as big an impact as possible given the federal constraints on the program. So what I can tell you generally about those application or competitive based programs, the demand has been really high. There's still, I think, a challenge in identifying and making sure we spend those as well as possible. And where we're trying to maximize the value of the spend on those. So it's not an easy administration of those programs. And you may have heard from some of your communities who are applying for them, that the application process is a little challenging, but when we're dealing with this much federal dollars and the federal guidelines law and state law, there are some extra steps and some extra caution that's been required, but we think we're in a good place right now with moving those all out, but definitely a lot of demand right now for the water and sewer program, a lot of demand for the outdoor recreation program, a lot of demand for the emergency communications equipment that was made available, and also for the Health and Human Services capital construction is one program, and then there's a Health and Human Services Innovation Fund that had a lot of interest as well. So I think the work that went in last year to set up programs and allocate dollars showed that there was interest and need. So though I think they were well allocated. There's just obviously more demand than there is supply. Mr. Chairman.
It's amazing how you can run $1 billion doesn't go as far as you think it would.
Really is. Mr. Chairman, I'll just touch briefly then on kind of next steps for the last bit of ARPA direct dollars on our plan there is that we would be taking those remaining dollars. The governor is right now proposing $100 million in recommendations to all of you that will come in a letter. Most of that's about 2/3 of it would go to existing programs to further fund them, since, as I just said, there's so much demand for them. And the last 30, 1/3 would go into some new proposals. These would, again, they've got to focus and have some relation to COVID or its impacts. So we're talking about trying to set up some new ways to deal with mental health care, how to deal with high risk, high needs youth, and how we provide services to them to deal with that, and also a housing proposal. So that's kind of the general scope of that. I would really hope that what I'd do next is try to follow up with you individually to kind of walk you through these proposals, so you know what they are, start to get your questions, and then come back again so you have the full letter and the full proposals in December.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Rennie, on your comments on the high needs kids, the adolescents with high behavioral needs, and this being one-time money, it'll be interesting for me to see, because we've been working to address that problem and define what the state's role is. So if we're going to throw money to it, we should have that defined to some degree. And then is this one-time money that you're anticipating they're going to be to establish physical, or, what is the intended use, rather than to just say that it's for adolescents with high needs would be helpful, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have Director Johansson and Director Schmidt really worked on this proposal. So I'll have them follow up with you to walk you through it. If you remember, we're dealing with being able to spend these dollars until the end of 24, or to encumber them by the end of 24 and spend until the end of 26. And so there is the chance that we get a few years to spend these dollars. And this would be an example where the idea is to encumber them and spend these dollars, one-time dollars, until the end of 26. And as you understand with the programmatic side of this, that we till the end of 26. And as you understand with the programmatic side of this, that we would hope to see some return on investment in terms of spend elsewhere in the system by using these dollars, and then that data could help us be informed about whether or not that's a valuable effort, or if we should just continue on as we're doing it today.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
And so then there's a second side of that component that maybe if Director Schmidt is having that conversation, in that we have these high needs kids on that are court-ordered placements that we need a pot of money for, because we can't plan for that. We don't know what the courts will do, and we don't have the budget for it. But I think that, and maybe that's where they're trying to fit some of that in. Is that right, Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I believe the overall intent is to use these dollars to walk us through the process, at least for the first time, maybe 2 iterations, as a pilot program. And then what we can do is develop what the long-term solution is, paying particular attention to return on investment, because we know that having these kids in the wrong placement costs us a significant amount of money, particularly as they go further and further into the correctional system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Remember Colin Powell once talking about that. You can pay me now or you can pay me later, but you're going to pay. So ounce prevention. Go ahead, Randy. What else?
Mr. Chairman, that is generally the ARPA overview from where I sit. The other section of that was the 604, which was the capital construction section. And we have all of our applications in. We are still waiting for U.S. Treasury to get back with us to approve our applications. And if that happens again, we get $75 million into the broadband program. We get about we pursued the facility. It could be a community facility and an educational facility in Teton County with Central Wyoming College that you all put in the capital construction Capcom bill. And then also some money for kind of more public access. So again, we're waiting on just the final approval. We know we were a month ahead of the deadline on applying. And we did get word that our applications were good, but we have not received the funds or had the allocation come in. So, and that's the status of the section 604 of ARPA.
Thank you. Questions? I just on the governor's recommendations on the 120, you know, I know that you're going to do it in a letter, but you know, I think it's important you get it to this committee as early as possible, because otherwise they'll have their own plans for the 120. So to the extent, it may already be too late, as far as I know, according to the ones sisters here. But you know, my guess is there's a lot of overlap. So you know, the sooner you get that, so that you may stem some additional creative ideas, we'll call them.
I think we have plans for the 180.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. Any other questions for Rennie or Kevin?
Rennie, just to follow up on the Wild Lake, are we near?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we are very close. In fact, we have diligently worked with the AG's office and the portal requirements. Remember, there's significant requirements, and we want to make sure that we're in a good place before we authorize these projects. But the most recent activity was we ferreted through all the other states where there's numerous examples of the very same activities taking place, and also the Treasury guidance where the radio and communications is being mentioned. So we don't believe that it's going to be a problem from this stage forward. But again, we want to make certain on the front end of these things, particularly those items that are over $10 million, are going to get heavy scrutiny from the Treasury. So we're very close. Last I heard was maybe an expectation of getting it into the hands of the policy office, perhaps as early as tomorrow.
Okay. Anything else? All right. And for the 10 people that are online, the 2 that may be listening, and the people in the room, is the dashboard on this is public. Why don't you go ahead and give us that, put that information out there. And what's and the I don't, and the website is just Wyoming ARPA program. If they do that, they can find that. They can find that.
Correct. We have to actually this conversation, Appropriations Committee, one last time. Okay. Then we can move toward the public. Most likely, we'll have this available before we entertain Joint Appropriations Committee conversations in December. Okay. So basically, Governor, Mr. Chairman, the last several months I have been in a different hearing room. So here's the math that I was talking about yesterday. So you got the ARPA, and it's the State Fiscal Recovery Fund. That's the 1.25 billion. But these are all the other pots of money that fall beneath that. ESRI, local government recovery emergency. Here's the local government that we administer for the locals. That doesn't necessarily mean the direct locals. That's 181,000. But basically, in the ARPA, including the ARPA appropriations for SLRFA, SLRF, state and local federal assistance, is $2.2 billion. So we've been talking about the 1.25 quite a bit, but there's another $1 billion out there that's been allocated. And then you get to IIJA, and you heard me talk yesterday about the formula money. This is not the application money or the large project money. This is what flowed through IIJA to the agencies. And you can see airport infrastructure, highway safety, a lot of stuff flowed to WYDOT drinking water, orphan well sites. There's a lot of different categories where the formula money, like for example, Department of Environmental Quality. So right there, you're talking 5 billion. Yesterday, I called this, I said this is the IIJ formula money was 2.4. I was mistaken, it's 2.7 million. So I think the important aspect of this is that the CARES money has largely been expended, and we know that the impact to the economy for that, both in sales taxes, for example, or inflation. The ARPA dollars that we have, like for example, WildLink, we just talked about that. We haven't started that process. So we expect to see those dollars flow through the economy in the next 24 months. And then the IIJ formula money, something similar to that. So basically, 3/4 of the money that we are receiving in federal fund has not entered our economy. While it's been appropriated, and we're working on the obligations and the contracts for that, we have a significant amount of money that's going to flow into the economy over the next 24 months.
Meaning we probably won't see any relief in inflation.
Mr. Chairman, that's a black and white way of saying that. And also, I think that we are secure in our sales tax estimate. We talked with you yesterday with the Craig about the assumptions that we made.
And that's an important point, because we're no different than any other state. Would you agree with the concept that ARPA, the CARES and ARPA money, what we're doing is pretty much mirroring what's happening in other states as far as getting it obligated and when it actually hits. And so, you know, my guess is three-fourths of the ARPA money that's been distributed still has not hit the economy.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to think that we're in front of most of the states with our processes. And I'm pretty sure that the developmental and the use of the portal, that I think that we are certainly way out in front of their state as far as what we're doing through the portal and how we're processing it. And remember, that is all predicated on transparency. And also at the tail end of this, we expect to be audited. And we want to make sure that it's all in one place. But I went through a conversation with our team after Senator Kinski's last questions in the last JAC hearing. If you want to, I can share this. I can read this to you, or I can share this with LSO. But these are the priorities that we have established as what we're going to work first on with the portal to make sure that we're successful.
I really appreciate it. Why don't you give that to LSO and let's get that distributed to the committee here. And we want to make sure, I think we want to get that to leadership in both houses as well.
So basically what I'm just going to state two things on the front end of this, or three. Staying pace with Treasury guidance is tough. Every single iteration of Treasury guidance, we jump on, make sure that we cast that. We want to make sure that we ensure the data storage and the handoff of that data. Currently, it's in a cloud that's provided by a consultant, but we'll have it eventually for the state of Wyoming. Facilitating agencies and local governments with their work inside the portal. On the front end of this, it's pretty difficult, but once you've done it a couple of times, it's relatively easy. But what I want to do is I want to give some positive thanks to the state auditor's office. They actually helped agencies enter information in the portal. The state budget department, we actually helped agencies enter things in the portal from cradle to grave to help those agencies that needed time for, like, for example, today we're talking water with the SLIB. So I just wanted to thank all those folks that really stood up outside their own job. For example, Deputy Auditor Edie Troutwine, she did these. She entered those for us. So that's very welcome. I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you. And we do have great people. And so when I say leadership in both houses, let's just send it to Management Council and let's make sure we're getting it to all leadership, including minority leadership as well. Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else for us or any other questions? Go ahead, Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, if you wanted me to give you the really rough overview of IIJA and current status, and there was also the Inflation Reduction Act on the agenda, so it could take questions on either of those two federal acts and status, if you'd like.
What's your pleasure, committee? I'm getting some nods, so unless you're falling asleep, Representative. No, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go fast. Again, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Director Hibbard showed you on the portal. This one is going to be different for Wyoming than ARPA. There are not really any opportunities for us to have discretion. There's either formula funds to existing programs or applications out to the federal government for those. So Director Hibbard walked you through that. That's a lot of money that was coming to Wyoming via formula into existing programs. Beyond that, there's a lot of opportunity for broadband. We expect hundreds of millions of dollars to come into Wyoming over the next few years to expand broadband through this. The Business Council did just get awarded planning dollars for broadband and digital equity planning. That's part of this that sets us up to apply for more in the future. On the energy front, Orphan Wells, the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission was awarded $25 million from the Department of Interior just recently for well plugging and remediation. And that's on the federal lands. We're a leader in the nation in taking care of our business on state and private, but on federal land, that plugging and remediation program hasn't been as fast as
Oil and Gas Commission doesn't have authority on federal land.
Exactly. So
Otherwise we'd have that taken care of too.
Mr. Chairman, I was trying to be subtle.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, those dollars are for nationwide, or that's specifically for Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, 25 million for Wyoming on federal land. So the state land, private land program will continue through the existing program at OGCC, but this allows us, and we've worked on MOUs with BLM in particular to really advance that work so we can help go faster.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rennie, so do they feel like that'll take care of that inventory on the federal land that needs to be resolved? That's been stacking up over quite a period of time. Will that take care of everything that we have waiting there?
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't make that firm of a commitment. We'll see how far it goes based on inflation, but it should finally make a dent.
Yeah. 3 years ago, maybe yes, but now it might get 2 wells. So just following up on that, Don, you gave us some estimates about IJA a while ago about what you thought with respect to highway funds and broadband. Are those estimates still, you think those are still roughly accurate?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and I think they're reflective on the dashboard that Mr. Hibbard just put up there. What we don't know yet is there's a handful of very large competitive grant opportunities.
Right.
And those were not included in my estimates.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Senator.
I do have a question about that. When we talk about having all these asks and this amount of money, but yet there are other pots of money in the pipeline. And just as we just talked about, there are grants. Is there a way, and I know this is, kind of getting out ahead of it a little bit, but have you guys talked at all about letting people know, as the ones who get turned down because we don't have enough money, the ones that are just kind of outside that bubble, so they know that there are these other pockets that are coming down that say, hey, you might want to start looking over here. This is another pot that's coming here. Wait a year, keep this application in the hopper, or maybe we're going to keep it in the hopper and vector it off some way as these new funds come available. Have you all talked about that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, absolutely. I think that's one of our key areas is today. This will happen with water and sewer. 3 out of 4 people will be applicants will be turned down as of today.
I've heard from some of them.
Well, I gave him your number, Mr. Chairman. The issue is that right behind that, you all created a second ARPA program for local governments, so they can apply for that. They may be, if we add dollars to water and sewer again to just extend this program a little bit next year as well. And on top of that, there are IIJA dollars for water and sewer in hundreds. Now we're really talking of another scale too. So that's a great example of how we do really want to work with applicants to say, listen, this may not have worked out, but now here's the fork in the road. You can go down this road, and here's what you're going to need to get in line to, or get in place so you can put in a good application for those dollars in the years to come.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up, just, yeah, so either if you're telling them that, that's great, or tell us. So we can tell them when the good senator from the Turner kind of gets another call, because I know I'll be getting them this afternoon as well.
Okay. And I mean, for lack of a better word, I mean, is there kind of a grants office that's looking at these things and helping that out, working through that? Is that in part of the budget division or budget department?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. In the last appropriation, the legislature provided the governor's office some money for a grants office. And right now we have a B11 for a AWAC position to kick that off. And that focus is not just for the state of Wyoming. That focus is going to be heavily weighted for local governments. And by the way, the dashboard, we know where the money's coming from. That's going to help that grants office person develop those opportunities in other places. And that doesn't limit what we know. We're going to continue to do everything we can to work with the FFIS information that we have and get our grants in place for the local governments as well. So this is an ongoing effort punctuated by the availability of funds currently.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, and try to wrap up on IIJA. So energy, obviously, there's a hydrogen hub is another area where we're putting a lot of work in. Early next week, we'll have our plan that is a multi-state bipartisan effort to land one of the hydrogen hubs. We'll have that into the U.S. Department of Energy next week. And then the Department of Energy has 90 days to accept or reject our plan. And again, we're working with Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico on that. There's new natural resources funds available, transportation funds available, broadband I already mentioned. And within the energy space too, one of our major areas of focus is on CCUS. So the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, trying to land one of those. So that's a competitive program that we're going to be in tough competition on. But that program is starting to roll out from the federal government. So there's an application, or a FOA is the terminology for that. So a funding opportunity announcement, I believe, is what an FOA stands for. But essentially it kicks that process off for us. So, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of a quick synopsis of IIJA, and I could talk to you about IRA as well if you want.
It's your pleasure. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the Inflation Reduction Act, it was the one of the other federal acts that passed in the last couple of years, and this was more recent. And again, I would just want to express from the get-go, this is not something our delegation supported. The governor has raised significant concerns about this, but there are definitely some grants that we want to be aware of, and some areas that we may want to take a look at as we go
Rennie,
forward.
If we don't take advantage of this, will we be contributing to the inflation because we're not taking advantage of the Inflation Reduction Act money?
Clearly.
So, Mr. Chairman, the general areas of that one is that there is a desire to try to do something about inflation, but that is an increase in federal taxes to try to pay off debt. There is also a healthcare provision to that act related to prescription drug pricing and Medicare changes, and then subsidies for folks who are buying health insurance on the federal exchange. Electric vehicle credits for individuals. There's emissions reduction programs that'll be run, and this states could who want to try to, it was the federal act calls for transitioning to clean electricity. That is part of that one, and there's other incentives in that space. There is funding available for ag and forestry, and so some of this can and may end up in Wyoming, because we're talking about habitat conservation And so there are definitely some potential incentives for private landowners who are engaged in conservation through that. So some of these programs, we have really done some good work to help private landowners who are doing things on sage grouse, on sagebrush ecosystems,
Is there any way
on
that
migration.
I mean, are we doing that like through the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust type of program? Because we've got some of those identified already.
Mr. Chairman, that Bob Budd, Director Budd is definitely working to look at that one to see maybe if we can use matching funds to have these go further too. So that's probably where there's maybe the closest to alignment for some things we're already working on. As you said, Mr. Chairman, there are also, there is a program that we talked about from Casper, and that's funding for low carbon transportation materials. So Dr. Krutka will be here later today, it depends on how fast you go. And she could talk to you a little bit more about that. And there's a possibility of funding coming to the School of Energy Resources on that front.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Any questions? All right. Do we take public comment? Any public comment on this one? Any public comment? Anybody in the room? Is anybody online even? Oh, okay, good. We have some people online. So anyway, that's it. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Just to,
Go ahead, Mr.
Ernie,
Butcher.
on the IRA, do we have projections of how many dollars are accessible to us or likely to be available?
Mr. Chairman, these are going to be much more application based or individuals seeking those federal dollars. So, ag and forestry, that program that could encapsulate some of the things we do with the WWNRT that are voluntary incentive based programs. There's 20 billion nationally on that one. So, it could, some of that could be something we're applying for to help, but that will be spread out across the entire country. And some of it, one of the other terms is climate smart agriculture practices. So, it would be take landowners wanting to participate in that type of program. So, we'll see where these dollars end up going nationally.
I see Mr. Krieger rocked in. Did anybody have any questions for Mr. Krieger while he's here? They handle it. They handle it without you. They struggled for a bit, but without you, but they got it. So, Randy, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to give you this update. And again, look forward to, I'll be emailing and calling most of you to start prepping you on this letter and the governor's proposals for ARPA.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate your time today. Kevin, thank you. Rob, thank you for your appearance. We feel so much better that you've dropped in on us. So thank you. All right. Next on our agenda is ETS. Good morning, Director. Good morning. We got Tim and Bill this morning.
Morning, sir. Thank you.
Good morning.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you to the committee for inviting us to be here today. We'd like to keep things brief. We'd like to also thank the LSO for working with us to prepare the draft legislation that we'd like to speak to you about today.
Okay.
We don't have any other updates from our previous testimony.
So we want to move right into the draft legislation.
I'm sorry, sir.
We want to move right into the draft legislation then?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So-
do we need Matt to do that? All right. Take 5 if you smoke them, got them, I guess. No, outside. but,
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I think what I'd like to do, if I could, is just read a brief statement.
Sure, go ahead.
There are two pieces. I'd like to speak to the first piece, which is on cybersecurity. The second piece, I'm going to ask Deputy Director Sheehan to speak to.
Okay,
And then we'll stand prepared to answer any questions that the committee might have.
all right.
Thank you, sir. When government fails to address cybersecurity risks, what's at stake? Literally, the sensitive citizen and business information we hold, the holdings of one of the world's largest sovereign funds, and fundamental confidence in the integrity and reliability of state government. Citizens expect government to be smart and diligent stewards of this sensitive and valuable information. Wyoming has experienced devastating cyber attacks against state and local governments and businesses. These attacks have caused real-world damage, including disruption of services, destruction of systems and data, and significant financial losses. Inadequate cyber defense leaves IT systems and data susceptible to cyber attacks, prompting significant disruptions and high cost. It's critical that we ensure the cybersecurity of state government for protecting the sensitive information on all Wyoming residents and private sector businesses and institutions that drive our economy and our society. Our adversaries continue to exploit our weaknesses that in many cases are born from misaligned roles and responsibilities and the failure to address cybersecurity as a core cybersecurity responsibility we all share. Malicious actors know our gaps and they target them. Just this past year, they targeted our government, our schools, our hospitals, and our critical infrastructure such as oil pipelines and our ubiquitous technology supply chains. They clearly established that we're vulnerable. Mitigation efforts continue even as daily attacks by sovereign states such as China, Russia, and other bad actors are constantly changing. They are dynamic and they are determined. As technology evolves, our systems and networks become more interconnected, allowing bad actors to discover or engineer new methods of attack. Our cybersecurity framework must enable incident response in real time to mitigate the damage of these attacks, fix the underlying problems, and effectively share critical information so that the attack can't happen again. The reality we face today is that it's no longer enough just to think about guarding our networks at the perimeter. Today, we must also guard within the perimeter, continuously monitoring for the smallest trace of abnormal activity that might signal an intruder is present. The draft bills we are proposing would improve the cybersecurity of state networks by establishing a foundation and framework that clarifies and streamlines the responsibilities of the Chief Information Officer and the state agencies so that we can respond quickly and decisively to breaches and major cyber incidents. By establishing the foundation and framework for cybersecurity defenses under law, the state will be better equipped to combat the evolving threats as they rise. The proposed bill establishes clear authority to effectively address cybersecurity requirements with the speed and precision necessary, while also freeing time to continuously monitor new and emerging risks as they arise. Cybersecurity attacks are genuine threats to Wyoming livelihoods. They're a threat to our daily interactions with numerous government and public sector services. We share an urgent need to ensure state government has a strong foundation and framework for implementing cybersecurity. At this point, let me turn it over to Director Sheehan to speak to our geographical information system proposal.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Timothy Sheehan, Deputy Director and Deputy CIO for the state of Wyoming. The second part of the proposal we have for in this legislative change is to strengthen the statute over GIS coordination. We have a pretty generic one-line item in our statute. Over the past 25 years, as I think was highlighted by the great report that the LSO staff produced in the last JC meeting, is there's been a pendulum swing going back and forth on priority of or not of GIS. Several of our agencies and our constituents and industry across Wyoming rely on this data. So we're looking to enhance the coordination, collection, compilation, and dissemination of GIS data. We're looking to effectively create GIS data standards, guidelines to ensure the consistency and quality of that data, and strengthen our partnership with the UW GIS Science Center and YGISC to ensure we have that information publicly available. And more importantly, ensure we have that broad coordination all the way down from the local government to the top of state government, over to federal government and our industry partners. Equally important are things that we do not intend to do with this legislation, and I think is important for agency mission. We're not looking to take over agency GIS functions. We're not looking to assume or consolidate any GIS staff. We are mostly important in ensuring we have effective coordination among all agencies and the appropriate data sharing of that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. We appreciate that. And are we ready to go then into the legislation? And Karen, do you have a copy? Do you have any copies of, hard copies of the legislation? What's in my stack? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while you're looking at, I'll just jump ahead a little bit. I'd like to ask a question about the clearinghouse, where the data is going to be housed. And as you know, I put you in contact with somebody I know that has extensive GIS experience, and they expressed some concern about that going to the University of Wyoming. They said something to the effect that they've had time to do it and haven't done it. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Is there something housed at the university now or not housed? It should have been some period of years ago, and if not UW, where?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Senator Kinski, there is the YGO Hub currently housed at the University of Wyoming. I do believe it can be an effective resource for that appropriate public sharing of information. I would potentially speculate, but I would kind of wonder if the appropriate funding or staffing resources were available to stand this information up. And in part, I would also say there's probably been some coordination challenges that we are trying to address in this bill. And so I think looking at improving that effective coordination and ensuring the effective and appropriate sharing of that data, I think UW is, I believe, that the right place to send this information to.
Mr. Chairman. So thank you. And you alluded to there may have been funding or staffing. You alluded to there may have been speculating. If you could follow up and pursue that, it would be greatly appreciated. I want to make sure we're putting it in the right place.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Senator Kinski, absolutely. And I think one other thing to highlight is we are, with this information sharing, looking at essentially two sharing centers, one with at UW and for the greater public and industry to have access to, and then also within ETS, there is some secure data elements that may not necessarily be for public consumption, but may allow for effective use within agencies to have access to data. I just want to ensure I have that clarified. There will be two mechanisms for sharing that data.
Go ahead.
So then let me follow up on that if I can. You remember the assault on the Metcalf Road substation out in California several years back. It was a power substation. We don't know who to this day took out with some high-powered rifles. And since then, there's been concern about protecting, our infrastructure, hardening it. Where is the line drawn between what we need to have up on public so people are digging the right spot and what we need to not have made public so that we're not making ourselves vulnerable to terrorism? How do you draw that line?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's working with the appropriate data owners or data stewards of that data and putting a proper classification on that data. I think that's more importantly, and through that governance structure that we are proposing, I think that would allow us to put a actual text to what should or should not be shared.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. So I think we're ready to, are we going to have is Director Obrecht going to lead us through this legislation to start with, I think? Who's going to take, why don't somebody take us through the bill?
All right, Mr. Chairman, Matt Obrecht, LSO.
The beard's coming in really nicely there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, fair enough.
I've got a wedding to go to this weekend, so I started a little earlier this year.
Oh, I thought maybe you trimmed it up a little bit, so.
I did too, just for you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
23 LSO 309, working draft 6. And if you need, I've got copies of 6 here. There's really very minor changes between 5 and 6. I don't think any of the paginations changed at all. This bill essentially creates 2 new divisions within ETS, the cybersecurity division and the GIS division, creates the State Chief Information Security Officer and creates the State GIS Officer as well. Starting on page 2, new statute 922908 and 922909 are created. 2908 is the cybersecurity division within ETS. The State Chief Information Security Officer will act as the administrator of the cybersecurity division. The division shall assist in ensuring agencies' compliance with the information security policies and regulations, shall further provide timely technical assistance to agency information, operators of agency information systems regarding security incidents, compile and analyze information about incidents that threaten information security, inform personnel responsible for agency information systems about current potential information security and vulnerabilities, provide intelligence and other information about cyber threats. And then on subsection B, the State Chief Information Security Officer shall, who again, remember, is the administrator of the cybersecurity division, develop and maintain a statewide agency information security program within the division, develop and maintain information security policies, procedures, and control techniques, assist senior agency officials concerning their information security responsibilities. Subsection C at the bottom of page 3, State Chief Information Security Officer shall aid the head of each agency by providing information about security protections commensurate with the risk and magnitude of the harm resulting from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction of information held by the agency or information systems used by the agency. And also this Chief Information Officer or Information Security Officer will comply with the requirements of the CIO's policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines to ensure that information security management processes are integrated with other agency IT and information, IT processes, provide information security for the information systems that support the operations of and assets under the control of each agency, including some assessing some risk management and determining the level of information security appropriate to protect such information and information systems, implementing policies and procedures to cost effectively reduce risk to an acceptable level, and periodically testing and evaluating information security controls and techniques to ensure that they're effectively implemented, and also to ensure that sufficient agency or personnel are available to assist the agency complying with the requirements of this section, and the State Chief Information Security Officer shall annually report to the governor on the effectiveness of the program. And then middle of page 6 here, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, what I don't see is a catch-all language. It looks to me like there are distinct shall requirements, but I don't see language in this section or the other than except by perhaps rule, but the rules may only address theoretically what he shall do. I'm just curious if you read that the same way.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the way I read it, and these guys can talk about it as well, but I think it's pretty all encompassing on this division will be responsible for cybersecurity for the executive branch of Wyoming state government. But you know,
it delineates, and when you delineate, that means that anything that's not inside the delineation is not basically within the construct of the, unless we specifically say so, and that's just statutory construction.
Mr. Chairman, if you feel more comfortable adding a catch-all, I mean, you certainly can.
Okay.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. And Matt, at the bottom of page 5 there on 21 on that ensure that sufficient agency personnel are available. Is the intent mean within the FTEs that you have, that you maintain, or if you determine, if you determine that you need X, but legislature's only allowed you Y, then how do you ensure that you have,
You work harder.
you work harder?
I'll hand that one off.
Yeah, this was the great thing with the bank. I mean, how many vice presidents does the bank have? So anyway,
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Chair, thank you. Representative. Yeah, I think that we're going to do a combination of all the things that you've just heard, that we'll come back with an estimate, and the efficiency is built into the statute. So we'll come back with estimates periodically about how many people we need across all these different roles to make sure that we're operating effectively. That comes back as part of the report. And
I
then-
think the real question is initially. I mean, what do you anticipate initially? So if this bill were enacted, do you need additional FTEs? I mean, I didn't see authorization of additional FTEs. I didn't see an appropriation. So
Yeah, no,
that's
initially,
the
we're not
question.
asking for any further appropriations to
Well,
implement.
and so I see it, Mr. Chairman, what I see is we're defining what the role is, and this could be interpreted as you suggest, Mr. Chairman, on how many people do we need? Or it could be interpreted, as I see it also, to say that once it's up and running, that you are ensuring that those people are available to assist when needed and that there's minimizing delays and so I'm trying to understand what the intent of that sentence is. Which one, or is it both?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, I think our intention in the language is that this starts us. And as we work through all of the different cybersecurity efforts, we will make sure that right sizing the staff is part of the plan going forward. But right now, it wouldn't be accurate to say we fully understand where our gaps are in cybersecurity across all of state. As we work with each agency, and there's 85 agencies, we'll figure out if they have people who are responsible for the information operations that have the requisite skills and abilities to implement cybersecurity. And if they don't, what additional support they might need from us to bring them up to an acceptable level of capability. And so right now, to start us off, we need that framework to begin to work with everybody to identify those needs and then potentially come back if there are gaps and find out a way to address them. Part of what we looked at as well, and this speaks to that previous analysis with Barry Dunn, is where would we need foundational elements like statute, and where do we have other tools in place, as was just referred to with rules, with governor's direction, with executive orders that might be more effective in keeping pace with the changes that we see in the cybersecurity environment. We would be loath, for example, to define any kind of technology in the statute when in 2 years the technology might change and we might be looking at other kind of cyber threats or things like that. So we tried to keep as just background, we tried to keep the spirit of what we're trying to do, that basic framework, as what we intended with this bill, not necessarily to address all of the resource requirements infinitum, should it be further considered.
So,
Go ahead.
So have you put together a framework and basically an outline of timing for you on the recommendations you're going to come back to us, to fulfill the rulemaking and the duties and positioning of these two new divisions?
Mr. Chair. Representative, we're hoping that you grant us the oblige to come back and present exactly that type of information.
yes, go ahead. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's implied, but I don't see any reference to training in statewide users of the system, which to me seems to be a pretty critical component. How are you, is that need to be in the bill, do you think, or is that the implication sufficient?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. We're currently providing that. And so we didn't think that needed to be specifically enunciated in this bill. It's certainly related. It's part of the related policies to this bill, but we're already providing that with that and don't believe any further statutes require.
I did mine yesterday. I did my training yesterday.
Did it stick? Did it stick? So far, so good. Okay, anything else? Okay, go, continue then.
Mr. Chairman, we're now on the newly created 9/2/2909 Geographical Information System Division, middle of page 6. CIO will appoint and administer the Geographic Information System, who shall act as the State Geographic Information System Officer. The division shall enhance geographic information system coordination among all governmental users of geographic information systems through one, coordinating the collection, compilation, and dissemination of geographic information system data across the state, including from state agencies, local governments, municipalities, and other constituencies, creating and adopting geospatial data standards, guidelines, and procedures to ensure consistency and quality of such data, and managing the enterprise geospatial data clearinghouse for executive branch agencies to publish their data and coordinate with Wyoming Geographic Information Science Center at UW to make available such public information through that hub. Bottom of page 7 here, we'll go into section 2, which is the amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question on the page 6, the bottom of it, when it says coordinating the collection, compilation, and dissemination of the geographic information. Does that mean these folks could deny a local government the ability to access some of the information if they didn't feel that local government needed it? Right now, the local government can pay for, get whatever they would like, and it may be disjointed from the county next door. But if this is in a central hub and the central hub no longer wants to play fair in the sandbox, by this language, would that then be able to occur?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Representative Walters, I think for the governance process, there should be some guidelines on how data should be shared. Is it potentially possible? I don't think I could disagree. It's potentially possible, but the intent here is to actually make that data more accessible to more users. That's the intent and spirit behind this legislation.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. I agree that that's the spirit. So how do we make sure that that's what occurs?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, again, I think through that governance structure, part of what we are discussing internally is changing how the governance structure for GIS in Wyoming is set up right now. We have a great group of folks working on essentially two boards. There's the GIS Advisory Board that's mostly comprised of agency directors and a few other constituents across Wyoming. And then there's a subgroup to that called the Technical Advisory Group. It's our intention to maybe flip the roles of that governance structure. The Technical Advisory Group is made more of the industry experts and SMEs across the state. We want to flip that to where those folks take the more proactive role in providing the suggestions and recommendations for that governance structure up to the CIO to promulgate those statewide policies and or rules. And so that's the intent there. I think having the right folks in the right seat to make those decisions will help ensure that we carry things forward appropriately.
Representative Walters? Thank you. Is it? All right, thank you. So, I mean, just following up on that just for a second, I mean, that may be the intent with this regime, but, you know, in a subsequent regime, you know, you think there's adequate protections for the concerns that Representative Walters expressed. It's not just for today and not just for tomorrow, but for a while.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's something we can maybe take back. If there is a corrective line or two we should throw in there to ensure that is what we are trying to do here. Over the past 25 years, we have seen a huge pendulum swing depending on who's been sitting in the seat. And we're trying to narrow that pendulum swing through this legislation. So I'll take that back as an action item to try to clean that up.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Continue.
So, Mr. Chairman, page 8 here adds those 2 new divisions to ETS, cybersecurity and the GIS division. Start adding definitions on page 8, incident. And this was within the cybersecurity sense, means an occurrence that actually or imminently jeopardizes without lawful authority the integrity, confidentiality, or availability of information or an information system, or constitutes a violation or imminent threat of violation of law, security policy, security procedures, or acceptable use policies. Information security means protecting information and information systems from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction in order to provide integrity, which means guarding against improper information modification or destruction, includes ensuring information non-repudiation and authenticity, and also to provide confidentiality, which means preserving authorized restrictions on access and disclosure, including means for protecting personal privacy and proprietary information, and availability, which means ensuring timely and reliable access to and use of information. Rest of page 10 is just renumbering. Top of page 11, there's a repeal of 92209 or 922906 B10, which is just the blurb on their GIS responsibilities, ETS's GIS responsibilities currently.
So it's just being repealed and replaced by the new division. Okay.
That's right. That's right. Section 4 gives ETS authority to promulgate rules to effectuate the act. Section 5, the effective dates, just split effective dates so that rule promulgation can begin prior to the act actually going into effect.
Go ahead, Senator Drew.
Is this rule promulgation, isn't this where we can maybe address some of Representative Walter's concerns? Because I share his concerns, but I mean, as we've talked about it, that you all are the storage, the receiver of all this information, and then through UW or some other entity, it gets disseminated out. That you do have, there are some times where information won't be available to the general public or be available to some, and is that how you see that coming down as far as?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I believe that is an option available to us. Again, we'll try to reiterate the governance piece. I think that's the best approach because that should be a consensus of all groups. But if there is a specific concern, we absolutely can put that in rule to make that equivocally.
So what's the current status of information sharing? I mean, you get on geospatial data, I think, with the Oil and Gas Commission, the majority of the counties. You go around there, there's a lot of, how much of this is going to require us to reinvent the wheel? How much of that can just be assimilated? Are the systems so diverse and the data formatting so different that we're going to start from scratch? Help us understand a little bit the scope of the GIS lift that we're looking at.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe the lift is actually going to be too high. Information is shared ad hoc right now through some entities. Other entities actually have a pretty robust sharing system in place. Most state entities are using similar, they're using a particular vendor for their product, so that makes the sharing pretty seamless. I do not anticipate a big lift. More so, it's going to be just the communication piece and actually getting everybody at the table, so we can actually start talking the same thing.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you, but I apologize if I'd go back to cybersecurity. I'm still struggling with this sentence to understand what it is that.
Which sentence are you referring to?
We're going to go back, Mr. Chairman, if we could, starting with C on the bottom of page 3, where we have the state chief information officer working with the head of each agency and the head of each agency cooperating with the Information Security Officer 2. Then you come over here on page 5 on Roman 4. So that Chief Information Officer is going to ensure that sufficient agency personnel are available to assist the agency. And I guess I'm thinking that's the same agency. So we plug in department, so ensure sufficient Department of Health personnel are available to assist the Department of Health in complying with that. Is it the same agency? And if I'm reading that right, then what authority do you have to tell an agency that they have to have the person? How do you ensure that that agency has sufficient personnel, because those personnel fall within the jurisdiction of that agency? So I'm still trying to figure out what we're doing in that sentence and in that whole idea there.
Yeah, I mean, so go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. Well, I think in practice, what we intend is that the Chief Information Security Officer will work with the agency and make a determination if they have sufficient resources. So there are going to be things that within ETS we offer.
Mr. Chairman, you said resources. We're talking personnel. So is that the same thing to you?
So let me just help if I
Okay,
can.
please.
So I think what you look at in line 21, where it's your sufficient agency personnel, is that agency referring to ETS or is that referring to the agency that's being assisted?
It's referring to ETS.
Okay, and that's ETS.
So I just asked that and you said it wasn't.
Well, no, I was explaining how we expect the process to go forward, sir.
And so then just, let me just help a little bit more. And so then you go to line 22. So ensure that sufficient agency personnel are available to assist the agency in complying. That agency, I think, is your customer agency.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that help, Representative Larson?
Well, it did, and that's why I asked that question earlier and was told that those two agencies were the same agency.
Yeah,
But we've clarified that. So to ensure that sufficient ETS personnel are available to assist the Department of Health,
correct, sir.
then is the way I would read that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And this, getting back to kind of Representative Chairman Nicholas's point, and I don't know if Matt Obrecht or Bill Vita is the right person to respond, but 16 other states, I guess, have similar cybersecurity officers and statutes in place. So this particular draft, was it taken from modeled after any particular state, or was it sort of made from scratch? Is my first question.
Mr. Chair. Representative, actually 44 other states have similar legislation in place already. And the final 6, and we're part of the final 6, have things that are being recommended or already under draft consideration. And actually a little proud to present, this year Wyoming was elected to the executive committee of the National Association of State CIOs. And what that gives us access to is collateral information and best practices from across the states, including language that's recommended or been tested in other states. So in the preparation of this language, we actually went out and looked at how the existing states that have already adopted language, what's worked well, what hasn't worked well, talk to our peers in those states, and then use those insights to help craft what we're trying to do here.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
So for example, let's imagine the cybersecurity officer believes that there may be a possible vulnerability in the state treasurer's office, which handles billions of dollars of funds, or at least manages them. Does this draft give that cybersecurity officer the authority to do a security audit of the state treasurer's office, for example? Maybe it's in here. I just wanted to know if that's covered. Kind of getting to Chairman Nicholas's point about, are there gaps in the authority of the cybersecurity officer?
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This is really, of course, focused on executive branch. So the intent would be that the CISO would be the subject matter expert, if you will, for all of government. They would be able to go into the environment, work with the department to identify if there are gaps or deficiencies or weaknesses that might need to be mitigated. Ultimately, it would be the responsibility of that leader to address those. And we would make recommendations that might be enterprise technology services can offer you this set of support. You might consider some other kind of workforce development for people that you have in place, or you might consider adding other kind of capabilities to mitigate those deficiencies and weaknesses. So it's not a kind of a dictatorial or a command and control override of what that leader's responsibilities are, but lacking the ability to lean on a chief information security officer, ETS, to help highlight those things. Most leaders don't have anywhere else to turn today. And so our intent would be not to usurp any kind of authority of any agency leadership, but to serve as a collaborator and help identify deficiencies that we might be able to help them address, or they might need to find other ways to address.
Other questions?
So I'm just curious, Ben, you provided that material to LSO, and who drafted the bill?
I did.
You did? And so did you look at those other statutes from the other locations? And
Mr. Chairman, I didn't.
so I have kind of the same question. If you look at page 5, line 21, it says you have to ensure that sufficient agency personnel are available to assist the agency in complying. How are you going to do that? I mean, it's more of a, I mean, a lot of this is almost more rule-based than just general operating procedures. And it's directing things that they don't necessarily have control of. That's what's kind of interesting. It's almost like a wish list versus in some ways. So it might be useful to see where the specific language came from and how it's been interpreted and constructed in implementation to make sure that we're doing what we think we're doing at some point. So.
I don't know if that's a question. I think that's just a comment. It doesn't necessarily require a question, but if there's a response, we're more than happy to entertain it. Go ahead, Mr. Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This comes from our discussion yesterday on these split effective dates and rulemaking. And say the governor signs at the first part of March, and 90 days it takes with public comment and all of that. And there was a concern yesterday of rushing the rules and through an emergency process. And should the effective date be extended beyond what is listed here to allow these rules to be completed properly and right, as opposed to rush and have all sorts of mistakes and problems with them? And so I'd probably start that question with Director Obrecht and then move on to the agency if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, until about 5-6 years ago, every act had the effective date of July 1, or almost every act, even if it allowed rule promulgation. And that became a point of emphasis within the AG's office a few years ago. They got the idea that, oh, if you don't have the act authority yet, you can't even begin the rulemaking process on it. I don't know if that's true or not. I really don't, but that's what they were advising executive branch agencies. So that's why we started doing the split effective dates. So I think if anything, the split effective date provides more time. I don't know if it creates the expectation that the rules will be in place by July 1. That wasn't the expectation previously. But it may create that expectation now. I'm not sure. But that's not the intent. It's just the intent to allow agencies to begin the process as soon as they can.
Anything else?
Thank you for that clarification, Director.
You bet.
All right, any other questions about the bill? Any other questions about the bill? Any final comments before we move to public comment? Okay, all right, we'll go anywhere. All right, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in the room wishes to comment on this draft bill? Yes, please come forward. Welcome. Welcome. Just press that mic and it'll turn green. You're ready to go. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas, Chairman Perkins, members of the committee. My name is Karen Rogers. I have been a GIS professional in the state of Wyoming for over 20 years. First with the Bureau of Land Management out of Pinedale, then for over 10 years with the state. During which I served 2 times as a state GIS coordinator, once from 2013 to 2015, and once from 20 to 2022. In July, I took a job in the private sector. I served twice for 4 years as the president of the Wyoming Geospatial Organization. I also served as the president of the National States Geographic Information Council, which is the national organization for state geographic information officers, or GIOs. I am an expert in my field, and I'm here to provide you with my perspective of the status of GIS and GIS coordination in the state. I'd like to start by saying that while we know that Wyoming covers a large area geographically, the GIS community is fairly small and tight-knit. You should know that we are a collaborative bunch by nature. This comes from the fact that no matter what map or analysis you are tasked with, you never have all the data that you need. So you're always canvassing your contacts for who has the best or right data. And so it's constant communication, but there are still silos because we get busy with what we're tasked to do. GIS professionals are natural problem solvers and helpers. We want to provide products to help understand problems and inform the best decisions. The question was asked how local and county governments use GIS in Wyoming. You simply have to ask, and we will be happy to tell you. And if we don't know all the answers, we can call someone in a phone call or two who does. I will scratch the surface and answer the question given my experience working with local government. The most basic use of GIS for local and county government goes back to some of the basic functions of government: designing and building roads, assigning them names, tracking who owns private parcels, approving and creating subdivisions and zoning, and assigning and maintaining address data. On top of that foundation are the utilities to service the public: water, sewer, gas, electric, broadband. Then there are things like parks, trees, signs, benches, bike paths, and fire hydrants. Everything on the ground can and should be represented in GIS. I haven't even touched on the remote sensing side of GIS, which uses imagery captured from satellites, fixed-wing aircraft, and drones. This represents its own significant use case, which I won't get into in the interest of time. When local government uses GIS to manage and visualize data, they are doing themselves and their constituents a favor. By leveraging GIS technology to create, maintain, and analyze their data, they are recognizing that data is an asset, and GIS is a solid investment in that asset. GIS enables modernized workflows and fuels efficiency, security, data analytics, and data sharing. Last month, I got to attend a conference in Laramie, jointly sponsored by the Wyoming Geospatial Organization and the Wyoming Planning Association. I attended a presentation describing the Park County Land Use Plan, which is a perfect example of how the county is using their local data to inform decision-making. It also highlights the data dependencies with their neighboring counties, as well as with state and federal agencies. Examples include big game crucial winter ranges from the Game and Fish, water quality and septic system permits from DEQ, water well permit data from SEO, federal surface and mineral rights from the BLM, and the variety of boundary and recreation opportunity data from the BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and National Park Service. In an ideal world, GIS data from all these authoritative sources are accurate and follow the FAIR principles, meaning they are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Unfortunately, this does not represent the current state in Wyoming. During that presentation, Joy Hill, the Park County planner, shared that 2 years ago, she paid a consultant to inventory the use of GIS across Wyoming's counties, and their software needs to support that. She is more than willing to share this report with you to help your information gathering needs. With that brief exploration into local and county government use of GIS, I'll turn my attention to the state. Lots of good things are being done across the state in the public and private sectors. GIS has long been used in the executive branch, and agencies increasingly depend on the technology to support their business needs. About 15 agencies use GIS daily or frequently, and about 15 more could benefit from easier access to the software and authoritative data. Make no mistake, GIS isn't easy. It isn't something you can go to a one-day crash course and go back to your office and be proficient at. It requires a specific set of skills and knowledge that is outside the realm of traditional IT. If you envision a Venn diagram, GIS and IT overlap by about 20%, but otherwise they are separate pursuits. GIS is not IT, and IT is not GIS. GIS has an IT component, but it is so much more than IT. Its foundation really is people and relationships. It hinges on collaboration and data sharing. That is not the norm when it comes to IT, which is one reason why it has never fit well within an IT construct. It's fairly common that things poorly understood are put in a box and shoved in the corner. That's how GIS has been in this state. If you ask any GIS professional in the state, they will tell you that GIS coordination for the past 20 years has been failing miserably. Unfortunately, a pattern seems to repeat itself. A new personality or two comes on the scene and has some good ideas of how to move things. Momentum picks up and optimism among the community starts to rise, and then the effort gets cut off at the knees by the powers that be. We are no better off now than we were 20 years ago. Because GIS has been managed under the IT umbrella, it has not been given the oxygen or sunlight it needs to survive and thrive. For GIS to have a chance, it needs autonomy and the ability to make decisions for its own stakeholders. Its governance needs to be independent of IT. I don't disagree that the state would benefit from having a GIS program office. In fact, the benefits would be immense. Studies estimate the return on investment from GIS is a minimum of 5-1, with some estimates up to 10-1.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that last?
Some estimates have 5-1 and some are up to 10-1 for the return on investment. ROI.
All right, thank you.
But unless the governance to support and drive the program is autonomous, the outcome will be the same as it has been. It will not be set up for success and it will fail. GIS should absolutely coordinate with IT, but it cannot answer to it, or else we will go down this same ruinous path. You can tell that I care deeply about this subject and that I could go on and on for hours and hours about it. In the interest of time, I will summarize by saying that Wyoming has a coalition of the willing when it comes to GIS. The users across the state have expected and wanted the state to show some leadership and put some skin in the game. The public and private sectors are increasingly dependent upon geospatial technology, from navigation services on your phone to package delivery and public safety. It is everywhere, but the state is nowhere. Wyoming would certainly benefit from having a funded GIS program office. Not that the state will be dictating or telling local and county government how to manage their GIS, but among other things, serving as a communication hub to reduce duplication of effort, agree on authoritative data, and facilitate data sharing. A vacuum exists there now, which only encourages data silos and duplication. GIS is good for government and it is good for business, but it needs coordination. The current configuration has only led to us stabbing ourselves in the foot so many times that it is impossible to keep up with the amazing things being done with GIS in our neighboring states. It is time to take a different approach to achieve a different outcome. Our state agencies and constituents deserve it. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer your questions today and anytime in the future.
Thank you. I know your last name was
Rogers.
Rogers. All right, thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right, questions for Ms. Rogers. Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Rogers, thank you so much. So do you think it's a good idea, just to summarize, do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea to create this data hub inside the Agency of Enterprise Technology Services? And if you think it's a bad idea, what do you think we should be doing?
Again, my premise is that the state definitely desperately needs an Office of GIS. I just disagree that it should be an ETS. I think it should be explored that it be placed in either ANI or at WIGISC. I'm sorry.
ANI or YDOT?
WIGISC, the Wyoming Geographic
WIGISC,
Information
okay.
Science Center. And I'm sorry, I forgot to address you first.
Well, we'll give you a pass on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
what was the
Senator.
second one? Either ANI or YJS?
Chairman Perkins. Senator Kinski, yes. The Wyoming Geographic Information Science Center, that is the outfit out of the University of Wyoming. That's
thank
the entity that's hosting the GeoHub. And they have done a lot of data development and application development projects for state agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So Karen, I didn't know what the university thing was, and so I looked it up this morning because I've been trying to figure out, it's been referenced before, and there's some collaboration there and everything, but I find that as purely research, educational component of the University of Wyoming, if I understand that correctly, and not an agency or a part of state government. And so if you put GIS as a state agency in there, it appears to me that you got some conflicts. And so maybe you could help me understand how you envision the state agency being in a university education setting.
Go ahead, Ms. Rogers.
Chairman Perkins, thank you. Representative Larson. I'm not an expert on government operations, but it seems like YGISC has, so YGISC is being incorporated into the School of Computing. And so they are being more into, and they're looking at building a huge data hub for the School of Computing and for the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. So YGISC is much more than education and data. They do a lot of work with outreach, and in the absence of state GIS coordination, they have done a lot of GIS coordination on behalf of local and county governments and state agencies. So they have a lot of skin in the game. They have a very good reputation among the users across the state. And, you know, as far as whether it would be an agency housed out of the university, that's not my pay grade, but I can tell you that there are other states where that is the situation, where the GIO is housed out of the university. So it is not unknown to be organized that way.
Hang on, Representative Larson, are you done? And then you can come back in a minute while you formulate your thoughts. Okay, then we're gonna go to one of your, because he looked at me first. We'll go to Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly appreciate your comments and the fact that you have other solutions, not just concerns. And so I'd like to explore the idea of the GIS office being under A&I, and you made the comment that it's somewhat smothered if it's in the IT department because it's not IT. With it in A&I, you would still have a boss above you, if you will, versus being an absolute standalone agency. So just what are your thoughts being housed in A&I, knowing that there is still a director of A&I and that GIS office would still be reporting to a director that may or may not know anything about GIS. So just explore that a little bit deeper of not being
At
completely
the end of the day,
autonomous.
everybody's got to be somewhere. And so, that question is, if what's different about having it as a division, separate division under ETS versus a separate component or a unit or a division under A&I. Help us or even at the university. I mean, even then, you're somebody over that who allocates resources among their department, although that's subject to review of the legislature and adjustment by the legislature. But just help us understand the differences that as you perceive them, because you've got a lot of experience in this area. So, but that's for those of us who are non-GIS folk, help us understand that.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. Representative Walters. So when I say the governance should be autonomous, certainly not to say that we should be willy-nilly doing our own thing, because everybody has a boss for sure. Everybody has to report to someone. Again, in my experience in the state of Wyoming, being in IT, the CIOs typically.
It's all right. You can say it. It's all right. Because he's new, so he's not going to be offended.
They're used to thinking that they know everything about IT. And again, GIS is not IT. And so when they don't know enough about GIS, they just think they can keep it stuffed in a box. And I think in ANI, in other agencies, there hopefully would be an appreciation for the technology and an acknowledgement of the benefits that it could bring. And that just has not been my experience with ETS.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So I'm curious, I mean, let's just say that you were the head of GIS or setting up a program for the state in Wyoming. What would you do? How would you operate it? What obligations and duties do you perceive that the state should take on in terms of uniformity, in terms of regulations, so that we're not having, so everything can kind of cross-pollinate and everyone can benefit from everyone else's experiences and work, and so that the counties and the county mapping systems and all those things are consistent. And so what would you do?
Chairman Perkins, Chairman Nicholas, I appreciate that question, and it's certainly a lot to unpack. I've dreamed of having that opportunity, to be honest. And thankfully, because of that organization that I mentioned, NISJIC, there are a lot of resources that we can learn from other states who have been down this road before and for much longer. It does come back to governance. I think the way that their statute is written, it is correct in its the directives of what a GIS program office should do. It should be about coordinating data, coordinating resources, reducing duplication of effort. It should be about leveraging technology to make data, again, fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. But one thing that's missing is coordinating with federal agencies. You know, I've never heard federal agencies in any of their language, and in a state where 50% of our land is managed by some federal agency, we need to coordinate with federal agencies too. We need to get a good governance structure with all of those entities at the table. We need to get dedicated funding. A GIO is nothing if it doesn't have dedicated staff who are paid well enough that they're going to stick around. And those are challenges that I see with all of this in the state, is the funding to support it, to set it up for success. Technology is to where web GIS is how data is shared. So again, we wouldn't be telling counties how to create their data, store their data, but it's just you publish your data services and they're consumable, and you can create a data hub that uses groups to define permissions based on that governance and the conversations to make sure that the right people have the right access to the data.
So, you know, this bill and this language evolved because there's existing statutory language that says that the state of Wyoming should be doing this. And so we said, well, this is a logical place to put it. So we asked the director to put this together so that we can fulfill our obligations as directed in other statutes in improving our GS operations. So what we're envisioning with this language is to cooperate with WIJUS and actually do, I think, a lot of what you are talking about. And so what I'm thinking is that the director and will work with you and with the University of Wyoming, and as he develops this position and what it does, I mean, it's critical that you and University of Wyoming cooperate and work with them in order to, and come back to us and say, okay, this is what we need, and this is how we need to go about doing it. So I think that's part of what that's the genesis of how this language got here. Because frankly, we didn't know anything about it. We said, we need to take responsibility for what the statutes direct us to do. And since you're the new director, we're going to give you that responsibility. That's why we're here. So I appreciate your comments, and so hopefully you'll keep us educated as this progresses, so that, and if you think they can do a better job or there are better ways to do it, then we'd love to hear from you. So, all right. I think he wants to.
Okay, fine. Is this in response to, go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to add that I believe Karen brings up a pretty fair point on the coordination with the federal level and that program funding. We have ETS as requested, and should the governor choose to move that forward in his exception budget request, we are looking to fund this office. We are looking potentially at a couple positions in addition to what is currently authorized at ETS to formally move this forward. So it is my hope that the governor also sees that value and is appropriate for this exception request, and will present that.
Well, no, we got somebody else in front of you in line. Go ahead, Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rogers, you and I have had a chance to talk about this at length. And I too share a lot of the thoughts that the co-chair has about this. When I read this bill, I kind of thought that that's where we were heading. If they were the repository of the information and then WIGIS was the disseminator of the information, that was kind of going to get us where you and I had talked about as far as where we wanted to go. And we talked about talked about Homeland Security as a stopping point. We talked about just going straight with the university. But what I got was, and I just want to see how you can help me with this part, is a lot of I believe that all the information that we need for statewide GIS system exists today. Unfortunately, on different platforms and different, in different languages that may not talk to each other. And that was why ETS was a logical home, was to be able to synthesize and put that together, then to WIGIS to disseminate out. What did I miss?
Chairman Perkins, Senator Drew. So you're not missing it, but again, the technology that drives GIS is poorly understood by traditional IT people. I mean, there is, to my knowledge, maybe one person in ETS that can open up ArcMap, ArcPro, and know what to do with it. So and again, when you don't understand something, you think you do. And so where we are is there are business drivers that are building and defining what data we need and how we need it. And Next Generation 911 is a great example of that. We don't have all the data we need. We need to give local and county governments the capacity to build those data and again, store them and share them. But again, GIS is its own, we say GIS is special and spatial.
Special and spatial. I have to remember that. And I thought the word of the day, we have a new word of the day. Yesterday was nimble. Today it's going to be special and spatial. So go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I contemplated the comment Ms. Rogers made about identifying the need to work with federal agencies, I was reflecting back that there's hardly an agency that we have in state government that isn't working with federal agencies, but we don't necessarily spell that out in there. And so my question then, I guess back to ETS is, did you guys look at that? I mean, is there a need to spell that out, or I think of DEQ, we don't spell that out, but they're required, or Department of Health, they're going to have to interact with that. And so if you could enlighten me if we've missed something here that we need to add, or if you think that we've got, if you think that we've got it covered.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Tim.
Representative Larson, as part of that exception budget request, and when you do request a new position, we have to go through the normal process with the Department of A&I on a JCQ to what you're familiar with, like the L number. And we actually do specify that in the JCQ for this position of the GIO, that it is their responsibility to work with federal partners and serve as that role contact for NISJIG.
Okay. Representative Larson.
Then if I might, Mr. Sheehan, is we're laying a foundation in the ETS to put GIS in. As I've visited with you, I think I clearly understood from you that you don't profess to be a GIS expert. Hence, we're creating this position to attract somebody that indeed understands. And the same process would have to be in A&I, is they probably can't open up these systems either, but they'd have to find somebody that has the expertise. Am I understanding that intent correctly, that we're trying to establish a foundation in bringing in GIS qualified, not IT, but GIS qualified people?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is a very accurate statement, and in part why we are looking to create it as a separate division. So that division will be those experts in that field.
Go ahead, Representative Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it worthwhile for this committee to put positions and money in basically like a fiscal note type of thing so that we know that this will be filled and taken care of and addressed, as opposed to relying on the
We're appropriations, we do what we want. So whatever your pleasure is, we work the bill.
Well, this is Coach, I think the answer to that is that that's my earlier question, is how soon do you anticipate putting together your roadmap to effectuate this? Because in order to get money for new positions, to fill these positions, you're going to have to bring it back to us in either December or January, and have it pieced together so that we're comfortable with what your ask is, and because then we agree to it, and then it's our job to support it.
Yeah, otherwise, it's just a pig in a poke, quite frankly. So,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we absolutely will have that for you in the December hearings. We have loosely put together that roadmap. We did briefly talk about it in our September testimony of some of those functional areas and duties we foresee these positions moving forward with. And just to recall, some of that testimony is one of the key areas is that portfolio mapping amongst all the agencies, right? We need to start doing the data inventory and piecing together what actually exists out there in a central repository. And that's how we start facilitating some of that sharing. So that's just super high level of some of the functional areas we see this group doing, and be more than happy to provide that detail.
And just to follow up, Mr. Co-Chair. So I'm curious, Karen, what you just told us about, that's all new information for us. That's a practical matter. So we don't really know where this is going to land. And my guess is, I mean, have you met with WIGIS? Have you walked through this process? And are you familiar with what their inquiry is so far to date with WIGIS in establishing some type of uniformity and in coordination with the University of Wyoming?
go ahead.
Chairman Perkins, yes, I am.
Okay. And have they done anything wrong? Or, I mean, what's, other than you think it might be better placed someplace else, let's put that off the shelf and just say, I mean, have you provided them recommendations on what you think they should need, or what the process needs, or the folks that you work with? I mean, and I'm also curious, you say that you have a close-knit little group. How big is that group? Where are they located? You now work for a private company, right? Or
Yes, sir.
on contract. And so, I mean, how do you envision the coordination with WIGIS and you and whatever agency or entity it is that that supervises it from a state standpoint?
Go ahead.
Chairman Perkins, Chairman Nicholas, I have no idea. I'm willing to help. I'm always willing to help. Again, I'm a GS professional. I'm collaborative. I am dedicated to helping. I don't know any other way. I am open to invitation to help however I can.
Well, and I guess my point is that's how we feel. And without the help from University, WIGIS and you, they're not going to do a good job, because you've got to coordinate and work together to get it done. And so, I just hope that you continue to collaborate and talk with them and UW, so that you come back and everyone smiles, or tell us what we need to do and how we can help.
It's the beginning, not the end. Okay? We're going to go to Tim here. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Nicholas, I would like to add, we have had a significant conversation with the director of YGISC in moving this forward and other stakeholders. And we are trying to be as collaborative as we can be. This has been discussed at the GIS advisory board meetings with multiple agency directors. I don't disagree. Additional conversation and additional planning with some of the agencies we have not talked to. So I would just concur with all of that.
Thank you.
Chairman Perkins, if I could add one more thing.
Sure, go ahead.
So to me, one of the biggest cases in point is when I was the GIS coordinator from 2020 to 2022, I was never invited to take part in these governance meetings. As the state GIS coordinator, I was never a part of the advisory board meetings or the technical advisory group meetings. And it floored me that you would have a GIS coordinator and that person would not be involved in your governance meetings. And that goes back to why I'm here today, that
And then you say you're not involved in the governance meetings and then the budget meetings. I mean, so at that point, where was the state GIS director? Where's that located? Was that where?
it was in ETS, Chairman Perkins.
It was in
yeah,
ETS?
It was,
Okay, and
it
then
was me and it was in ETS.
What years were that? That
It was most recently 2020 to 2022
okay.
to July of this year. And it just was incredibly frustrating to me that they had these meetings and they didn't have their expert on staff in the room to tell these people, these are the issues, these are the things that you should be discussing to move these, excuse me, to move these things forward.
Okay.
Well, no wonder he took another job.
You don't have to respond. Go
That's a
ahead.
microphone
President-
drop.
President
So,
Larson.
Mr. Sheehan, as we talk, going back to Representative Walter's point on positions and funding. So am I understanding that you're going to try and bring that in the supplemental budget through a governor's letter? And if that's the case, why wouldn't we do it in this bill?
So hold that question for a second. Let me just let's go to Dawn for a second. And Dawn, I mean, or Matt, or Elizabeth, whoever's,
Rennie.
or Rennie, anyway. So I mean, as we do that, I mean, we're standing up a new division in a department if this bill were to go through, or whether we do it here, or A&I, or wherever it might be. I mean, how do we do? I mean, because ultimately, I mean, as appropriator, you hate to put forth a bill when you don't have any idea what it's going to cost, both for the remainder of this biennium and then bianalyze that cost moving forward, what we anticipate that's going to be. You certainly can do that. I perceive that there's pros and cons about doing it each way, but where do you think the appropriation to stand this up should be? Should it be in this bill, or should it be as an exception request? We'll start with you, Randy. Does the governor's office have a preference in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, I've really appreciated the conversation that we've been having for a couple of years on GIS and where it can go. I think ultimately, we're not creating a new program per se. In my mind, we're creating a division, and there are other divisions there. So it's always a dialogue, I think, through the budget bill about how many resources we think an agency identifies as needs, the governor agrees with, and you ultimately agree with, should be put in place. And I think this is going to be a very good example of it. I think we've heard there's a couple of things that this does. One, it elevates the coordination position into a division administrator. That would automatically put that person in the role of being in budget discussions with the CIO. And so addresses quite a bit of what we're talking about without new funds. On top of that, if we want to do more coordination and we want to have more robust systems, then the more funding, the better. So there, a couple of positions to support the GIO, we think are absolutely necessary. We'll get more done with more money. So it's just then a question about how much do we want to go with. This is a supplemental. We identify the same, I think we're all seeing the same need and the same opportunity. And that's why it's a supplemental request, is there's some urgency to this. And I think what ETS has brought forward does enough to start moving. And I think then we go forward to start looking at ROI and things like that to see if it needs more funding in the standard and in future budgets, and if we have the revenue to support it.
So,
So
Mr.
let-
Teacher, just quickly, how much is in the current ETS budget for the GIS coordinator position? Or how much, in other words, if you don't mind saying, how much did you make in that position? And how much time did you, was it a full-time job when you were doing it?
Chairman Perkins, Chairman Nicholas, I was an FTE and I made $70,000 a year.
Okay. So that's obviously part of the problem.
Go ahead.
Chairman, but
I
following
think Tim had a comment. His light was green anyway.
Mr. Chairman, I think I left my light green. I'm cautious to say a dollar amount, just not knowing ultimately where things will land.
Okay, well, and obviously, we're gonna work on this. So let me go to you, Dawn, and just, I mean, have we had a practice in the past of when we do things like this, whether it's in a supplemental request or whether the appropriation and the position authorization is in the bill itself?
Mr. Chairman, your reaction was the same as ours when we read the draft sent over by ETS, is where is the FTE and where is any increase in appropriations? We had asked the agency at that time, and they indicated this will not have any costs associated with this. Which led us to the belief that it was entirely a reorganization of the current position. No new funds would be associated with the bill. You're exactly right. When we have bills like this, if this committee moves forward with it, they will get a second request for any administrative impacts as well as non-administrative impacts. We're anticipating that the response on that will be zero based upon their communications to us previously, that it will not have any increased costs associated whether this bill passes or not. When the position is recharacterized, then it would go from 70,000 straight to 70,000. There would be no additional cost. There may be other things that are going on within the agency separate and apart from this bill that could require additional FTE and resources whether or not this bill passes. And I'm thinking that might be the genesis for a supplemental request.
Okay, so do you want Rennie to go first, or do you want to go first, Tim? I'm asking the wrong guy. Rennie, do you want to go first, or do you want Tim to go first?
I'll put my hand up. Mr. Chairman, I think this is perfectly indicated by the first section of this is on cybersecurity. There's no request for funding that's going to come in the supplemental for cybersecurity at this time, related to ongoing positions. We are looking at a cybersecurity need, but it is not 100 series. It's not ongoing request. So again, the concept with this bill, because we've been very involved in this, is that what we're trying to do is elevate both of these tasks within the executive branch. That we need to put a spotlight and I'll use the metaphor, bring some things out of the corner and put them in the middle of the room and focus on them. That's what this bill does. If you don't approve the supplemental request, we won't go as far. But I think every single agency would come in here and tell you, we've got an existing division that could use more funds for us to be more effective. So there will always be a conversation on do we have the right resources in place? And we've just come through a really hard time. So we believe that ETS can work internally to meet the requirements of these bills without a supplemental request. But the expectations shouldn't be as high. But we will always try to tell you and manage expectations related to when we bring you a request for funding, for ongoing funding, to say, if you do not fund this, please keep your expectations a little bit lower. And this will be a perfect example of that.
Okay, Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification on that point, either for Rennie or for Director Vida, this bill, I thought, creates a new position of State Chief Information Security Officer, which sounds like a new position, a new full-time equivalent. I would think there would have to be money associated with that. And I would think that cybersecurity as an area probably is screaming for more money. So, I mean, I would think it would be.
Oh, and
it'd
I
be
think the
expensive.
answer is that it's kind of like being in a bank. You can't give people more money, you give them a new title. But anyway, maybe that's not exactly the case. We're gonna question, we're gonna respond here. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can hit a couple items here. On the cybersecurity front, that was true, and I think that may have just been a misunderstanding on our part. Related to cybersecurity, we do not have any position ask. We currently do have a Chief Information Security Officer on staff. We are actually looking to formalize that through the legislative process here. Related to the GIS front, yes, and that's, I think that onus is on me for maybe not clarifying that correctly when the conversations were happening. We do have that supplemental ask for the additional positions to support this.
And yeah, all right, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. If I could add just one more thing on the idea of funding. So I suggest that you take a look at the Montana Land Information Act. This is their statute that imposes a filing fee for any documents filed at county courthouses, and how that is structured is of the $7 per page, so much stays at the county and so much goes back to the state to help administer their GIS program. And it is a very beneficial program for their county governments. They have a grant program where they give some of that money back to counties to improve and maintain their section corner data, among other things. And so it's, in my mind, a great option to look at as a partial funding mechanism for a GIS program in Wyoming.
Okay,
Thank you.
That it?
So, Matt, could you have someone on LSO look at that and give us a synopsis of it, and even, I kind of like that concept to help fund staffing for the GIS and how it works. So
Now you have a question. Go ahead, Reverend Larson.
I've had one for a while, just couldn't get.
Well,
Could get my
it's
chairman
nice-
to-
It's nice that your House chairman could bring it out of you.
So then my question back to the budget then, Tim, is do you have the positions and the numbers identified for the supplemental budget? I mean, do you know what that cost and what those numbers are? And is that something, if we felt like we wanted to put it in this bill, that you have available to us?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes.
Okay.
We have the numbers, and it could go either way. It could either go as the exception request, or we could input it into this.
At the end of the day, it's not going to make it's not going to make any difference overall, but it may make a difference. It may make a substantial difference on the consideration of the bill.
So who do you have you have an allocation for your prior position? Who is that position filled right now?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, not at this time. That position has not been filled yet.
Are you looking to fill it, or are you?
We have decided to hold off on filling it until we knew for sure what the direction of this bill and potential funding is, just so we don't get crossed anywhere.
Okay. Anything else? Right, you guys, for wanting to finish early, you're dragging this out a lot, but anyway. Director Reiner?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for allowing me to jump on here today. Just a comment to concur with the approach of setting up a separate office to enforce and set up standardization in the GIS space. as I have sat on the steering committee for about the last 4 years. And the one thing that jumps out is we are not standardized across the state. As an agency, YDOT certainly is the largest GIS user in the state. And it will increase, our usage will increase over the next couple of years as we stand up Next Gen 911. And the requirements of that system in terms of GIS accuracy are really important. And so we do see really a safety need to get about this business of standardizing our approach across the state through all levels of government. And I do think a central place to do that makes a lot of sense. Mr. Chairman, that's really my comments. Mr. Smolinski's in the room if we have technical details, but really from the director level, I think this is a good approach, and I think key for us in our state as we go forward.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Reiner? Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director Reiner. Would housing this within YDOT be a logical location versus ETS? And if we were to house it in YDOT, would there be federal dollars available to help pay for the use and positions, et cetera?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, to the federal question, no, I don't think that I know of any federal dollars. Mr. Smolinski may have a better answer there, but nothing jumps to my mind per se. In terms of where it's housed, my preference is the chief information officer be in charge of information, and ETS is a logical choice to me. Certainly, where it's housed is a decision of others, but key for me is actually that we do take the step to stand it up.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Luke. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Please come up. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. I'm sure we'll visit again. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Smolinski with Wyoming Department of Transportation. I'm currently the acting Chief Technology Officer. Director Reiner briefly introduced me, and I don't have nearly the wealth of knowledge that Ms. Rogers presented, but the one thing I did want to basically agree with here, APCO-NINO, which is the Association for Public Safety Communication Officials, as well as the National Emergency Numbering Association. Our president for the Wyoming chapter is Monty McLean, who was a commissioner on the Public Safety Communications. Oh, my apologies. Monty McLean is a commissioner on the Public Safety Communications Commission. He's also the Wyoming chapter, and he does support the standardization and the centralization of what ETS is trying to basically move forward with, and we're in agreement there is a need for that. Again, not much of a comment, but I would be more than happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zielinski. Anybody, any questions? Any questions? Thanks so much. Appreciate you being here today. Other public comment?
Chairman Perkins, members of the committee, Travis McNevin here on behalf of Wolpert Incorporated. This discussion, I'll be very brief. Wolpert fully supports the concept and the need that has been described here today.
Who's Wolpert?
Chairman Perkins, Chairman Nicholas, Wolpert is a GIS architectural firm based in Dayton, Ohio. The work that they've been doing currently in the state of Wyoming is mapping all of Wyoming for 3D LiDAR mapping on behalf of the U.S. Geological Service. They do other things with airports and such, but that is a very large effort underway here in the state of Wyoming currently.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Along these lines, the need for standing up, bringing it out of the corner, or the analogy that has been given, fully supports that need. Supports the idea of the division coordinator or GIS coordinator for that. And where, to the topic of where, it is my understanding that Most states do put this in a ETS equivalent, although that's not always the case. There are other states that sometimes have a GIS just in-house within the governor's office, or I know of at least one instance where it was in a university setting with mixed to poor results. The idea that I would add too is there's when we think about GIS and then the data around it, there is the public facing hosting the data and allowing the data to be accessed, and then also the producing the data. And so those are not necessarily the same thing as it relates to the performance and the production of the data, and then where it's hosted and how the public accesses that. To the point of YGIS and their ability to host and make data available and work with the public and, you know, do that sort of thing, it certainly is up to just up to you and YGIS, the agency, but that part of it certainly does make some sense. There is a need, as was mentioned with Next Gen 911 addressing a lot of the broadband monies that are coming, LiDAR mapping, et cetera, to have a greater emphasis and focus on GIS and the dollar savings that can be certainly used within multiple agencies. I think I heard today there was 15 agencies that use it. And so moving this bill forward, this effort would certainly be, in our view, a good thing for the state to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Question for Travis. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time to come down today. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Good morning, Bill. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yes, did you have one final thing? Sir, rebuttal, sir, rebuttal.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. Just final thought. Travis brought it up. In my work with NISJIC, I led the geospatial maturity assessment, which is a report that surveys states on where they are with their coordination as well as with their framework layers. And I can tell you through that effort in 2019 and 2021 that just like there are 50 ways to leave your lover, there are 50 ways to build a state spatial data infrastructure. There are lots of different ways to do it. Yes, it is fairly common for the GIO to be in the IT agency, but it is almost just as common. I was thinking about the other night in Georgia, it's under the Community Development Agency. In Arkansas, they have a Transformation and Digital Services Agency. In Virginia, it is under the Emergency Management Agency. So there is no one way. There are a lot of options, and it just is dependent on what is the best solution for the state.
All right, I think we get it. I mean, this is to quote, to paraphrase Patrick Swayze, nobody puts GIS in a corner. We get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room, in the waiting room? Any other public comment? Any other public comment? All right, we'll close off public comment. Gentlemen, ladies, what's your pleasure?
Move the bill.
Okay, Bill's moved and seconded. You want to work it now? You want to work it? Let's go ahead and work it now. We got a couple minutes here to work the bill, so
Mr.
still be on time. Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that on page 5, line 22.
Before we do that, let's do it a little bit more in order. All right, hang on to that. So, hey, look, we're on the bill. So we're working 23 LSO 309, working draft 6, ETS amendments. And bill's been moved. So are there any changes on page 1 or 2? Any changes, amendments with respect to page 1 or 2?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think it would be my preference that, and so I would propose a conceptual amendment to add, to actually
Get the mic closer to you or
to actually fund the position.
Let me help.
There we go. I think we ought to fund the position. I think I would do a conceptual amendment that we take the information from ETS for the position that's coming out in the supplemental budget and just fund the position in this bill. I mean, it doesn't make sense to pass the bill and then,
Pass the bill to see what's in it.
yeah, to see what's in it. That just doesn't make sense to me. So
Don?
Mr. Chairman, is this an entirely new position, not a reauthorized? Thank you.
correct. And so what I'm suggesting is that we ought to add that to the bill, have LSO draft it, and then we can come back and work the bill with
that?
in it.
And the position you're envisioning is
It's what, yeah, I
so it's
presume
what
it.
they
it's-
request. So we'll get that information and put it in along with the appropriation. Sounds like there may be at least some residual money. And so it's gonna be important. I mean, this is gonna be those classic where one is for the biennium, two, there's probably some residual money that's gonna be applied. And so it's not gonna look very expensive for the remainder of this biennium, but it'll be significantly biennialized, but that'll show up in the fiscal note. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that the request in the supplemental is for 2 positions. Does the chair want 2 or just 1?
Yeah, just put it in the draft and what they intend to, how they want to classify them. And so if we can see the whole picture when we work the bill.
Okay. All right, with that, so that's one, as we get this, is there anything else I think Representative Stiff, as we go through this, anything on any of these other particular pages that we might as well get what we want into this next draft so that we're looking at whatever change you have. Go ahead, Representative Stiff, we'll go to you.
Mr. Chairman, just 2 small changes on page 5, line 22, replace the phrase assist the agency with assist other state agencies.
Yeah, and somewhere in that, either come back and make ETS the department, and then when we talk about agency, something else, or do something to just get clarified.
Second.
So second for conversation, go ahead, and then you got something else, Representative Larson.
So Clark and Mr. Chairman, might wondered there is on line 21 to just scratch through that agency, delete the agency in that line because it's referred to up at the beginning. So it ensure that sufficient personnel are available to assist the agency, and agency through that section refers to the other state agencies that ETS is helping. Or however they conceptually want to clean that up.
So anyway,
Clean it up.
yeah, so anyway, you guys go use your conventions and make that happen. Would that satisfy your Representative Stiff? Do you consider that a friendly amendment?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, my goal is just so that when someone reads this, they know what it means. That's
Why would you want to do
It's
that?
kind of like yesterday when we were talking about carrying over gambling costs about that month. We kept using that month about 15 times in that bill. Go ahead. Hold it there. Were you on this motion or something else? All right, so on this motion, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, my only thought is put it more in the conceptual level like we did the first one, because I think as we go through the entire bill, this confusion between
Agency and
agencies and agency is everywhere. So we need to
Yeah, clean it up.
correct it throughout.
Yeah, we need also to empower this bill, so. makes more sense.
Questions?
Anybody that's want to wade in on this conceptual? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries, I think. Go ahead, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, there's a clerical issue on page 6, line 4. The current draft reads State Chief Information Officer Security, and the amendment would be to say Chief Information Security Officer, so transpose those 2 words. So,
Can you say that again?
Did you get that, Don?
Mr.
Yeah, it's just clerical.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, you're just transposing the words so that it's.
Have you got that, Matt? What they're talking about? All right, fine. That's just a clerical one. So let me ask you this on same place, page 5, lines 4 through 7. You've got this report annually to the governor. And so the question is I think management, so JAC asserts jurisdiction over ETS. I think Management Council has been granted jurisdiction over ETS, but you also have the Select Committee on Legislative Technology. Should there be additional, so should we add those into the reporting, and who should we add to the reporting as far as reports to the legislature?
I would say at all.
At all of them? Or or did you just say the report and the legislature?
Yeah.
How do we do that, Matt?
Yep, you bet, Mr. Chairman, probably just in the legislature. If you want to name JAC and management audit, that'd be appropriate too. Not the select.
Yeah, so I think it's JAC and management audit.
Yep,
So
we
that
can do
JAC
that.
is top billing, that's fine. So anyway, that's my motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Anything else? Members, anything else?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative.
on line 5, page 5, lines 16 and 17, after the phrase information security controls and techniques, insert comma and information security audits and assessments. And if I get a second, I can explain kind of.
Second.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please explain yourself.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, the idea is this current language does require other agencies to cooperate with periodically testing and evaluating information security controls and techniques. That may be enough. I guess the situation I'm concerned about is where the Chief Information Security Officer calls up an agency and says, I'd like to do an information security audit of your agency. And that agency director says, no, thanks. Right? I want to make sure that the Chief Information Security Officer has the authority to say, no, I'm going to show up next week or next month, and we're going to actually audit your security protocols. In other words, the idea is to make sure that our Chief Information Security Officer has enough authority to get done what he or she needs to get done.
Okay. Thank you. You have a motion and second discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Go ahead. Anything else? That motion did pass. Okay, anything else? Anything else? Anything else? All right, so we won't take a motion on the bill because we're going to work it again. Just come back with those, and we'll take a look at working draft 0.7. All right, with that, I think that gets us to our 10:30 break, and we're on time, but we're not ahead of schedule. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes and we'll start up again. Stand in recess for 10 minutes. got a summary for this? I mean, we talked about this in a joint meeting between the Joint Appropriations and the Joint Education Committee. So they forwarded their recommendation to us. Why don't you go ahead and give us a summary of that recommendation, and we'll move on.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Matt Wilmarth, LSO. You are correct, Mr. Chairman. This is the second of the two-step process that the legislature has within its statutes to recommend a K-12 external cost adjustment. Within your meeting materials is a memo from Chairman Paxton and Chairman Scott related to the Joint Education Interim Committee's recommendation. Tanya and I appear on their behalf today. They are unable to attend this meeting. So with that, Mr. Chairman, their recommendation is pretty direct on what they did. They sustained the ECA from this school year for next school year and beyond. And then they've recommended the cost indices presented to the committees at the October 10th meeting, which would be a 12.759% increase for materials, 27.582% for utilities, 4.254% for professional labor, and 5.377% for non-professional labor. All in, that is a $70 million recommendation. And on page 2 of the memo, I've summarized that in two sections. The first is sustaining the current ECA for the 2023-24 school year is $10.2 million, which is the same amount for this school year. And then the fiscal year 24 external cost adjustment, which would apply the 4 cost indices, is an additional $59.8 million. I would just note that the indices for educational materials and energy for fiscal year 24 are still preliminary. We're waiting on one more month from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics to finalize the June 2022 cost indices. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's the recommendation from your Education Committee. And your charge as a committee today is to make a recommendation to the legislature and the governor by November 1st. And upon that recommendation, staff will submit that to the legislature and the governor.
So you're saying we have 4 more days?
Mr. Chairman, you do.
Okay. Table this till, no. Thank you. Any questions for Matt or Tanya? And thank you, Matt. Thank you, Tanya, for being here today.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I'm curious on the 27.582% on energy category. What specific data from Wyoming was relied upon for that figure?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Nicholas, this is a U.S. cost index. It's a weighted average of 3 separate producer price indices related to electrical power, natural gas power, and one other I can. Mr. Chairman, it's the commercial electrical power, commercial natural gas, and light fuel oils. This is a national index. It has no specific Wyoming data, but it's based upon all national data.
So my question is, would it not make sense or be logical that we would actually use real data if we can obtain it from Wyoming of what those costs are projected to be by the power providers in the state?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Nicholas, that is your prerogative. These are just the cost indices that are recommended by your consultants. The intent of these are to mirror the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis educational energy cost indices, which are further delayed than what the U.S. BLS data is. But Mr. Chairman, you can do what you want on that. You can utilize other data as appropriate.
Thank you. Go ahead, Reverend Stith.
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Wilmarth, following up on that, to the extent that the national data is using heating oil, which is more common, say, on the East Coast, that would tend to skew the index upwards from what Wyoming likely experiences. Would that be a fair statement?
Go ahead, man. If you know.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stitt, the light oils is about a 28.8% weight as part of that formula. The electrical and natural gas have a little bit more combined. But you're right. I mean, if the East Coast, if that's part of their main heating source, it's going to have a much more profound impact than the Wyoming users.
Follow up again.
Go ahead.
So I'm just curious why, or in the past, has the Education Committee or the legislature looked at or asked our consultants to get Wyoming data so that we can use real dollars as opposed to using national averages? Because we know that our cost of power, frankly, is cheaper than most other states around us.
Go ahead, man.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nicholas, our consultant has not utilized Wyoming data. We can certainly request that to be analyzed as part of the next recalibration process or even next year's ECA analysis. I suspect it's likely the data is not available as quickly, but we can certainly look into that. You know, again, the formula is utilized to mirror the
National average.
the national trends.
Okay, thank you.
You want to amend and extend your remarks? No, that's fine. Any other questions for staff? Any other questions? Tanya, Matt, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and now take public comment. I would just, we're going to take some limited public comment. Just a couple things to the folks as they start to come forward. This is not a decision. This is a recommendation. This is that, you know, obviously the recommendation goes to the budget, goes to the General Appropriations Committee. It'll come back to this committee, which will be comprised of some of the same members today and then some different members when they actually take up the budget discussions and do the budget markup. So with that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment, and please come forward. How many people are going to testify on this today? If I could just see in the room. Got 1, 2, 3. Just all three of you come on up and take a seat. How many are online? All right, well, the folks that are here in person are going to get to speak first, and then the others who are online can revise and reduce their remarks depending upon what these folks say. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're not interested in hearing the same information from everybody. So we're going to go ladies first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Janine Bateski from Teton County School District, and the Teton County person on line is here just to make sure that I get my data straight.
If you need to phone a friend, we always allow you to do that.
Exactly.
So that's fine.
I just want to thank you for taking on this issue. It's really an important issue to us. And you know, I sat through the discussion last night of the Craig report. And as I'm sitting there and I'm thinking and I'm reflecting on all of the favorable results that were in the Craig report, it really made me think, interesting. All of the favorable contributions to the Craig report are indeed things that are creating or degrading or eroding our purchasing power for our school districts and our employees. And so what I'd like to do is just sort of go through 3 of them that hit me real hard. Imagine me coming to this one first, which is residential property assessments. I just want to share with you that in June, this past June, over 10% of our employees resigned. We had 68 resignations, only 8 of those were retirements. The rest of those were employees who left as a result of their inability to afford to live in our community and the stress associated with it. So, you know, we approve our budget in July. And I will tell you, I was very uncomfortable with this decision, but I felt it was really necessary. When we approved our comp package in our budget in July, we had to take $2.5 million out of reserves to supplement salaries. And part of the reason for this is the lack of an ECA that has gone towards salaries to help boost the base model salary. And I don't know how long we could continue to do that. The next one I'd like to address would be sales tax revenues. And while we appreciate the ECA that was to supplies and materials that was given last year, that was at about 5.6%, it was still insufficient to keep pace with inflation. We still had we still needed to pull over $35,000 from other places in order to be able to fund supplies and materials. And when I mention supplies and materials, I am strictly speaking to educational supplies and materials. I am not referring to any of the supplies and materials that's necessary for maintenance. Oil and gas. We appreciate once again the ECA for the utilities last year, which is at about 8.9%, but it also fell short of our block grant allocation by about $87,000. So I guess the bottom line is, you know, we feel like we are experiencing, and I think we can all relate to this, particularly if you look at changes since January even, that this administration has really put us into a tailspin in terms of inflation. We are experiencing hyperinflation, and it is really, we are really struggling to keep pace with that inflation. And we really encourage that we need some sort of relief in terms of an external cost adjustment to restore and keep our purchasing power from eroding. And Kristen, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I
Good,
think that was
Kristen.
very well stated. Thank you.
So I'd stand for any questions you might have.
I think that means you did well. And I think you get at least an A- to an A.
She has to say that because she kind of works for me.
Well, I know, but I don't. So anyway, there you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions? Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down all the way to Cheyenne to testify today. So go, okay, you're going to defer to the handsome gentleman on your right. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jed Ziccarelli, Laramie School District 1. I'll just add briefly to Ms. Teskey's comments about our efforts to keep up with the inflationary pressures. Our district employs roughly 2,500 staff, both certified and classified. We've talked a number of times about the certified impact in the sense that since 2009-10, our model salaries have increased 1.6%. That's basically $860 per staff model generated certified teacher position. Echoing again Ms. Teskey's comments, keeping up with the inflationary factors that have been influencing not our non-personnel budget, but our personnel budget has required us to do similar measures, as including utilizing our reserves to make any classified adjustments for salaries. Our district in particular went out and contracted with a labor market consultant to help us right size our classified salaries. And then just as a note, classified salaries include all of our hourly paid employees. Those are bus drivers, those are custodial staff, those are paraprofessionals, those are our central office personnel. Those 900 staff members, we were able to adjust to a market level pay, but it utilized $1.8 million of our reserves. Again, those are resources that we didn't receive through an ECA adjustment. We had to budget and carefully plan in order to address those labor market adjustments. And Mr. Chairman, just going forward, we have a focus on trying to maintain that same level of a market pay position with our certified staff, knowing that the front range, we're seeing significant increases on their base salaries, those adjustments. And Mr. Chairman, just as a final note, Ms. Teskey mentioned the impact on things like energy, supplies and materials. It's not uncommon for us to start seeing fuel surcharges on purchases. We leverage quite a bit of our purchasing power in Laramie School District 1, and we're still seeing inflationary cost increases in supplies and materials of 10, 15, 20%. All those things we're trying to navigate with these time-limited ECAs has been difficult. But Mr. Chairman, in interest to keep it short and simple, I'll leave it there and certainly address any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Questions? Just interested, tell us about your vacancies, classified and unclassified, as you entered the school year this year.
Mr. Chairman, this past year, we started the school year with over 60 vacancies in our certified positions. We've scrambled to fill those. We've utilized some different tactics as far as paying teachers an additional portion of their salary to pick up additional classes in an effort to meet those needs. On the classified staff, we have vacancies continually, particularly in the areas of paraprofessionals, bus drivers, custodial staff. We do struggle to compete with the market on acquiring those individuals. We've been able to utilize some retention programs to try to target those hard to fill positions. Those funds, again, are time limited. We do worry quite commonly about how we're going to navigate the end of the ARPA funds, where we're going to be with our ability to utilize that to workforce stabilize some of those positions.
All right, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So I just have a question, because you talked about the ARPA funds. I presume that some of the ARPA funds that you received, you put into the reserves. And so my question is, are the reserve funds you're talking about, are you using some of your ARPA fund reserves or dollars, or are they different dollars? Or has your reserves changed, increased because of ARPA funds? In other words, I mean, so just explain that, because, I hear that from various sides saying, well, you got money from ARPA or from CARES Act or from other direct deposits. And so this year we don't have to pay, or you're okay. So just respond to that kind of concept, if you would.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The short answer is these are not ARPA resources as far as reserves. We're not able to take those ARPA federal funds and put them into a reserve. Where possible, we do look for offsetting opportunities. Our district in particular will end this past fiscal year barely over 15%. So we did grow our reserves, I would say modestly, as a result of some of those offsetting very, very tactical and targeted approaches to utilizing those ARPA funds. We just do not have the ability under those federal grants to offset or put those into reserves. So my previous comment about utilizing our reserves, those are general fund resources for our district. Those are funds that we've accumulated, used for cash flowing purposes. Maintaining that 15% balance is very important to our district in order to make payroll every month, in particular in lean periods over the summer when we don't receive the same level of local property taxes and state funding. It's an important fiscal management tool for our district and others, I would argue. And so, Mr. Chairman, in summary, we've been utilizing general fund resources for those labor market adjustments. And we have not used ARPA funds directly, other than some of our workforce retention programs, incentives for individuals to stay with the district. We have a tiered program over the course of 3 years where there'll be financial incentives.
Mr. Chairman, so did you use reserves last year or the year before? In other words, are you continually depleting, or is this a one-time event?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. That will be, at least at this point in time, we utilize those reserves with the hope that the future external cost adjustments would bring our reserve level back up. And so again, and Mr. Chairman, to maybe emphasize another importance of those reserve levels, all those ARPA funds that we've utilized at school districts are on a reimbursement basis. So as we hire individuals or we utilize those resources for instructional loss interventions, academic supports, the district has to expense those funds. And then we turn around and request those funds to be reimbursed through the Department of Education. Again, that adds to the cash flowing nature of our operations, where we have to have those reserves in order to cash flow those reimbursement requests.
Okay, thank you.
May I answer that as well?
Oh, go ahead.
As we're talking about these funds, it's really, really important to recognize that those funds were distributed based on Title I counts. So consequently, I'll take my district, for example, got significantly less than Senator Hicks's district, which has fewer students simply because of the number of Title I students in that district versus our district. And I think that's really, really important, because we really used all of our ARPA money. We hired recovery teachers, we hired nurses, and so there really isn't money. We are way short of our 15% reserves.
All right, thank you. Representative Stiff.
And Mr. Chairman, continuing on the ARPA question for Mr. Ciccarelli, for Laramie, is it, I know for Sweetwater County School District number 1, between ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, it received about $22, $23 million. If you know, how much ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3 monies did Laramie County School District receive, if you know?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, through all the iterations of the ESSER funds, Laramie School District 1 will receive about $65, $68 million in federal aid.
Okay, thank you. Go, you follow up,
Mr.
go
Chair,
ahead.
follow up. And it's my understanding that some of the ESSER funds are eligible to be used to pay compensation bonuses. Did the school district choose to pay any bonuses to teachers or other staff out of those ESSER funds?
Go ahead. You know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, there are some abilities to use those ESSER funds for things like workforce stabilization programs. So our district has utilized some of those resources, both for certified and classified staff, in order to maintain staffing. And so we have utilized those funds to that extent. Now, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stith, I'd also add that there are certain restrictions on the use of those ESSER 3 funds. We can only use so much with those resources for those types of programs. We have to show that we're utilizing at least 20% for instructional loss programs. So those are things like summer school extended days, academic interventions, recovery programs, those type of things.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? Anybody else? All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Brian Farmer, Wyoming School Boards Association. Mr. Chairman, I think Wyoming ought to be proud of its school finance system. We have certainly one of the best in the nation. And just a reminder, our school finance system says the legislature determines the basket of goods. You say what the kiddos in Wyoming need to learn. And then the next step in the finance system is hire a consultant, an expert that costs that out. Everything in the finance system is cost-based. So what does it cost to deliver that basket of goods? And then you fund it. Those are the 3 steps of the education finance system in Wyoming. And the court added a 4th step that said, hey, in order for this to be cost-based, you have to account for the effects of inflation. So from time to time, you have to figure out, is there inflation? And if the answer is yes, there's inflation, then you have to account for that to keep that model whole. So when Ms. Teskey talks about purchasing power, this is not extra money for education. This is not new money for education. This is just an exercise in mathematics to say, is there inflation? And if there is, then how do we keep it whole? How do we keep that purchasing power whole? And so that's really all we ask for, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, is to keep education at the same level that it was at. The future conversations for recalibration are the times to talk about more or less money or changing that basket of goods or what it ought to be. But really, we support the Joint Education Committee recommendation because it simply asks the question of, was there inflation? Determine yes, there was, and then asks that you account for that inflation to keep the model whole, purchasing power at the same level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Questions for Mr. Farmer? Questions for Mr. Farmer? Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room wishing to testify on the ECA recommendation? Anyone else? Anyone else on in the waiting room? Go ahead and admit them, Karen.
Ms. Hughes, if you want to go ahead and turn your.
Go ahead, Ms. Hughes. You can
Good
take
morning,
your seat
Chairman.
down and go ahead and talk now. We see your hand raised. There
Oh,
you
yeah,
go.
I forgot. Hang on. Mr. Chairman, Paige Fenton Hughes, I'm the superintendent of schools at Commerce County School District 1 in Douglas. I apologize for not being there in person and appreciate you and Karen working with me today. I only have one thing to add in addition to what you've heard from the other 3 folks this morning. I think one thing to consider in addition to inflationary factors that's going to come into play very soon is just an increase in student need coming out of the pandemic. Our test scores, as you know, had a very small fluctuation, especially compared to what we've seen nationally. But our special ed numbers, just for instance, have gone up a bit in numbers. So actual numbers of students, but the needs have gone up a lot. And so I think that is an additional consideration just for all of you to put in the back of your minds as we move forward. And the other thing I would add is this. I think we have traditionally been able to staff our districts when our salaries were well above neighboring states. And what we hear now is, well, we're still above neighboring states. And I'm sure that you all have looked at the comparative charts, and I'm sure Matt and Tanya have shared those with all of you. But that gap is closing quickly and has closed with some states such as North Dakota. And our ability to hire is also being eroded. So when we have a time of increasing needs, we have applicant pools that are decreasing. And so when you have 135 applicants for an elementary job, your chance of getting a rock star in that classroom is pretty good. When you have 3, I don't know, my math's not great, but you can tell it goes down. And so when I really became concerned is this year when we could not hire a first grade teacher. So we're co-teaching a classroom with a person on an exception authorization to get first grade covered. So needs are changing, and our applicant pools to fill those needs are changing as well. So I think that's all I would add, but would echo what the other 3 folks said today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Any questions for Ms. Hughes? Any questions for Ms. Hughes? Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Appreciate your time today. Karen, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if he wants to testify, but we do have Ken DeCaria in the room as well.
Senator DeCaria, how are you today?
Good, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the Appropriations Committee, I'm Ken DeCaria. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Wyoming School Boards Association. And I don't want to take a lot of time, but I think the one thing that I would like to point out is because Wyoming's school finance system is supposed to be cost-based, one thing that often gets overlooked in that is when you look at salaries, we always look at what gets paid versus what the model actually funds. And the model doesn't fund what the average salary is. In fact, districts make up the difference in that. And of course, when they do that, they have to take money from somewhere else in order to pay the salaries in order to hire the quality people that they want in a classroom. Mr. Chairman, if you looked at Dr. Stoddard's report on average teacher salaries and you look at the model salary, Wyoming now is only above 1 state in what they fund, and that would be South Dakota. They're even with Idaho and they're below everybody else in the region, and that includes North Dakota. So, Mr. Chairman, you can see that those pressures are really coming to bear, and districts are having to make up that additional money, take it from somewhere else, and if they're not getting funded for the effects of inflation, then the cost base of the model pretty quickly comes out of compliance. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, Ken. Good to hear from you. Thank you for taking time today. Any questions for Mr. DeCaria? Thank you, Ken. Anyone else to testify? Is there anyone else in the room, Karen? Any other testimony in here? We'll go ahead and close off public testimony. Members, what's your pleasure? There's no bill to move. Is there a motion with respect to the recommendation? Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I preface my recommendation just based on the meeting that we had in Casper, where it was the consultants suggested that there's going to the ECA should be based on a 27% energy increase. And so I reached out to energy providers understanding or determined that historically of our energy, our utilities, about 57% of that's electricity, then the rest goes to heating oil or natural gas. So I reached out to the energy providers and asking what type of energy increase they're having, and really the electrical utilities point out maybe a 4%. And so the increase we've seen this last year, which was largely due to natural gas. And so I think that the point that this committee made a little earlier, that maybe when we have these conversations and make these recommendations, trying to hone down a little more regionally on energy costs, because we do see some difference compared to the national average. So with that, I would like to make a recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that we sustain the energy, sustain the ECA that we done last year in 22-23, which is 10.2 million. And of that, the education material category, the 5.958% was 7 million. The energy category, the 8.935% was 3.2. That's how you come up with the 10 million. So sustain that. And then in addition to that, add the professional labor category of the 4.254% or the 26.7 million, and the non-professional labor category, which is 5.377% for the 6.4 million. Total those up, that comes to 43.3 million, and do that for this year, for the fiscal year 24.
All right, so.
Mr. Chairman, what was the total again?
44.3 million?
43.3.
43.3.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
No, I've got the number now.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion. Ready for the question? Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the work that has been done by various members to get to this number. It would be my preference to forward to the governor the recommendation as it came from the Joint Education Committee. So I will be a no vote on this recommendation.
So you wouldn't want to give them any?
Pardon?
No, nothing, just giving you a hard time, Representative Schwartz.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I expect nothing less from you.
I love you, man. All right, anybody else? Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Oh,
Aye.
wait a second. Before you do that, take that back, hold that thought. Don.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question or a confirmation. This is for FY24 only. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That will get us to the end of the biennium.
Yes.
Right, well, it's for fiscal year 24. Okay. Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay. So Don, I think that recommendation gets prepared for the co-chair and I signature. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we'll prepare a letter. Actually, Mr. Wilmarth and Ms. Heidrich will prepare a letter, and
They probably have it ready to go except for that number.
well, they'll
Probably do that
modify
today. Okay.
a
Can we
letter.
wait and postmark, as long as it's postmarked by November the 1st, does it count? Fair enough. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is update on carbon dioxide and use in public projects. And we've got Dr. Krutke. Welcome, good to see you. How are the roads coming over the hill? Good. After you came or during, they were okay for you traveling over? All right, good. Just good to see you, Holly. Go ahead, we're ready for you.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the committee, thank you all for having me today. I'm Holly Krutke, Executive Director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. And I'm going to give an update, as you said, on carbon dioxide use in public projects, and just a couple other little updates as well. But I know you've changed your agenda. So originally there was an hour for this. What's the pleasure of the committee now?
We just have people anxious to get on the road. So
Okay.
Take the time you need.
Okay.
If you start dragging out, we'll give you the appropriate
Mission
Mission
accepted. Okay.
So we'll just have, we can have co-chair practice that look right now if you want to give her that look. if you take it too long.
That would be good practice. Okay. So yes, you should have the LSO should have the slides. Oh, okay, we sent them. I also have some paper ones outside. You don't have the slides? Okay, I was, okay, we did send it. Can I introduce paper
Yes.
copies or?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
We're good. Do you have it on a thumb drive, or can you have it sent right now? It's nice to know that for the rest of us, that this happens to all of us. And so someone as accomplished and as intelligent as you make us feel really bad, really good, much better that this happens to you too.
Looks like the Stith Amendment is first up in the slide deck. Isn't that the Stith Amendment?
I do recognize the language.
They got it highlighted in yellow. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. So why don't you go ahead and start in and we'll catch up when we get it up on the screen.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, and members of the committee. So again, update on carbon dioxide use in public works. So on the first two slides, really just have the authorizing language for this study. That's really there for a reference. There were on slide 3 that lists, there were 9 specific areas that we were requested to look at. Just so the committee knows, this study is still underway. We are required, our deadline is to have a full report to the committee by December 1st. We're still tracking that deadline, but not all the work is done yet. Basically, overall, we were looking at opportunities to use CO2 in public works. Particularly, we focused on concrete, and I'll talk about why in a minute. But and then the other part of this study was to look at a CO2 storage hub and how that might tie in to CO2 use in public works. So moving on to slide 4. Have you? No? Okay. Okay, I'm guessing that the file is too large. So.
We're good.
Sorry. Okay. We'll check next time. So on slide 5, I'll talk about everything that's on the slides in case anyone's following along online, they won't miss anything. There are a number of opportunities to utilize CO2. By far, the largest opportunity for CO2 use, which you're probably all familiar with, is enhanced oil recovery. Wyoming does a great deal of that. That's always going to be our largest opportunity, but there may be times when there's not EOR capacity available. And so using CO2 for other novel utilization options is certainly an approach that can be used as well. It's earlier stage. EOR has been around for decades. So things that you can do with CO2, you can combine it with hydrogen and create hydrocarbons. And that's sometimes when people talk about sustainable aviation fuels, that might be one option to get to those. You can use it in products that will be disposed of eventually. That's what a lot of the work in the X Prize competition that happened here in Wyoming and in Calgary was focused on. And in that X Prize competition, both the teams that won that were using CO2 in concrete, and they had different processes for that. So that is one of the reasons that we focused on concrete. We also believe of any of these options where you're using CO2 for something besides EOR, concrete is the largest opportunity. And it's also relatively low cost. And so Representative Stith, one of the questions that you've asked me historically is what's the incremental cost? We're still working on getting that, but in some cases, the costs will be very minimal because not in using CO2 to accelerate curing of concrete, you may be able to use direct flue gas, not have to separate the CO2. In other cases, there will be an incremental cost. And so what we're trying to do is break down those costs. And I know that's of interest and of course, really important for deployment to understand the cost. So we're still working on getting exact numbers, but it's going to be different for different applications. So we'll try to work through that. What we learned again in the X Prize competition is they had at the end about 20 remaining teams and 5 that tested on site at either the Integrated Test Center in Campbell County or in Calgary at a natural gas power plant. And both the winners were using concrete, CO2 for concrete. So like I said, that's the biggest market we think. And another opportunity related to this, and one of our goals as part of this study is to identify opportunities for Wyoming entities to use CO2 and concrete. So there's just under $2 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act for lower carbon products and infrastructure. CO2 used in concrete certainly counts as that. So we want to at least provide the information should Wyoming entities want to go after some of those funds, they'll have the background information. We'll have done some of the pre-work for them. And then one of the other areas that we're looking into is whether or not CO2 use in concrete could qualify for 45Q or other financial support. When you react CO2 in concrete, that's a chemical reaction. So it is essentially permanent. And even if the concrete's over time wears down, you break down, you throw it away, it is still stored in there. So it is a novel opportunity that does hold the CO2. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thanks, Holly. And I guess that's what I've been trying to figure out. So you're not, when you put CO2 in concrete, you're not replacing anything, or is this just if I read this right, is it just part of the curing process? It helps with the curing process. Tell us what CO2 does in that.
So it's interesting. So concrete already absorbs CO2. So if you see a road getting laid, it is absorbing CO2. That's part of the curing process. And that's the chemical reaction that happens during curing. This is just accelerating that a little bit. And actually it's incremental. There will be more CO2 uptake if you introduce CO2 while it's still like a wet concrete, rather than if you just let it cure. Because then think about, it's almost like baking or anything else, the outside kind of forms a seal. And so one of the things that's been studied is when you take concrete and it's at the end of its life and you break it up, then it does continue to remove CO2 at that time as well, because the inside wasn't fully saturated. But this is accelerating that process. But because you're doing it when it's wet, there's parts of the concrete that will never have seen air, basically, or not enough air to absorb CO2. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So it's incremental.
Follow up then, and then so then in the practical sense, how do you inject the CO2 if you're pouring wet mud?
Exactly.
Is that as you're pouring, or is that in the mixing process? And is it done at the plant, or do you have to do it on site? Tell me how that kind of works.
Yep. Mr. Chair, Representative Larson. So there are different approaches from different technology developers. What I'm familiar with and what we're focused on right now is introducing it as it's being mixed at the facility. I'm not aware of anyone who would do it on site. That would be really challenging to move the CO2. Okay, so also in the study, just, we focus on coal-fired power plants specifically in using the CO2 emissions from coal-fired power plants. There's more than enough CO2 in Wyoming's coal fleet to saturate the market. So that we just focused on that. So, and we already know that CO2 in public works, it will not use all the CO2 from the coal plants. It might not even use all the CO2 from one. Actually, we know it won't because construction is seasonal, as we all know. It's about to be over for the year. And so that's why we need to couple this with a CO2 storage hub.
So Holly, when you say saturate the market, are you talking about Wyoming? Or are you talking about a broader market?
So Wyoming and nearby potential opportunities, you can't go very far with concrete in this way. I mean, we don't have a big precast concrete industry here. If we were to build that, you could go a little further, maybe outside the state, but we're primarily focused on Wyoming and then maybe a little bit in the Utah area. Okay, so moving on to slide 7. Just give you an update of what we've done to date. So late spring, we did our scoping as soon as this passed. So the funds, as a reminder, were immediately available. Then in June, we interviewed several different experts in this field, both at the University of Wyoming and elsewhere. We reached out to industry partners and associations like Portland Cement Association and other entities. And then in July, we got all the contracts in place and identified our primary researchers. And then really other than the scoping and early work, the bulk of the research started in August. Slide 8 lists the experts. Most of them are from the Civil and Architectural Engineering Department at the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences at the University of Wyoming. We also have a couple consultants from Oregon State who are experts in this field. And then we have 2 individuals from the School of Energy Resources. So great team. The team has also been in touch with WYDOT, Concrete Association of Wyoming, and other trade organizations. So we're working to make sure that industry is involved and gives us feedback throughout this process. On slide 9, oh, we got it. It's too large. Okay, so we're on slide 9 now. Okay, so on slide 9, just talking about the CO2 storage hub. As you know, the School of Energy Resources has been working on CO2 storage for a long time and hubs. One, we've done a lot of work around the Dry Fork Power Plant in Campbell County, done a lot of work around the Rock Springs Uplift in the southwest part of the state. And there's a lot going on in that space. So this is perfect. It's building on that work that we've done to date through various efforts called YCUS, Carbon Safe, and our engagement with commercial entities looking at CO2 storage. So.
Just tell us a little bit more detail about that. What's the size of the volumetric wise of the hub, and what has to happen? What are the incremental steps to make that to make it work?
Mr. Chairman, great question. So to make a hub work, each well can take on the order of hundreds of thousands of tons per year. I would think to call it a hub, we would want to see millions of tons per year being injected, really. Otherwise, probably a one-off project. So in Campbell County, what we're working on associated with Base Electric's Dry Fork Power Plant and the Carbon Safe project, we're focused right now on, we have 2 wells that have been drilled and completed to Class 6 standards. They're not Class 6 wells right now. We have to submit permits to DEQ to have them converted. But that project is focused on developing a commercial scale CO2 storage opportunity that can hold at least 2 million tons per year and at least a total of 50 million tons. We think the opportunity is much, much larger. So if that gives you a sense of scale, on the Rock Springs Uplift, on the other on the other corner of the state, we aren't quite as far along on that. Well, how should I say this? There's been a tremendous amount of work. What we know is that that is a prolific opportunity to store CO2. So we like to throw around that if you could access 100% of the pore space, the rock that is going to make space for CO2, it could hold hundreds of years of all Wyoming's emissions, just that one area. And we like to quote 26 billion tons. So when we're talking about millions of tons a year, we know that we have a really great resource in that space.
How deep does it go?
So we're usually looking around 8,000 to 10,000 feet in depth.
So, and then, Dr. What's the function of being able to have the capacity to put down these millions of tons per year? Is it just a function of wells, or is there more to it than that?
Mr. Chairman, that is a great question. So wells are certainly important. We have to have enough wells. We have to have pressure management. Eventually, if you had enough CO2 injection, you might have produced water. But with that may come other opportunities as well, honestly. So we work on things like we have our Center for Produced Water Management working on cleanup technologies for produced water. So, and there are valuable minerals in that water if we can affordably extract them. So lots of opportunities. I would say we need CO2, we need wells, and we need the expertise that we're building here in the state for pressure management, social license.
So going back to the and its first project in Campbell County, you've got 2 wells. And so, I mean, do you have any estimates of so how much per year could you inject with 2 wells? Or do you have any estimates on that now, or just too early?
No, we do have the estimates. I just don't want to give you the wrong number. I know it's in the hundreds of thousands of tons per year per well, but I can get you the exact number that we're planning for.
So, I mean, but that kind of we're looking at, and that's really kind of where I was headed.
Okay.
I mean, so if it's roughly 100,000 tons per year, if you're going to inject 2 million wells or 2 million tons per year, you need 20 wells.
Yes, I think it's higher than 100,000 tons, but yes, we'll need on the order of tens of wells at least to do a storage hub. And you always want to have optionality just in case you're having higher pressure than you expect you would like to be able.
And how do you manage that pressure? I mean, because you put it down in the pore space, it takes a while to migrate because while there's pore space, it's not that porous.
Correct.
Generally. So how does that work? I mean, how do you, I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, we can put 100,000 tons a year down through a well, but then it has to migrate out through the reservoir. And I mean, what is there things you do to make that happen faster? Do you put additional pressure on it, or do you just manage the pressure as you insert the CO2?
Mr. Chairman, great question. So we have to be careful of the pressure. So we know the fracture pressure, which we do not exceed 90% of fracture pressure under any scenario. Perhaps first projects will be even lower. So the way,
help me understand, I'm not quite sure when you say fracture.
Oh, yeah.
What's when you, is that the pressure at which the rock would have additional fracture? Is that what
the cap rock? So
the cap rock. Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, sorry. So the cap rock, we know the fracture pressure of that. We can't exceed that. So we're always monitoring the pressure. So there's a couple different strategies for pressure management. Of course, we're always running models and assessing the reservoir opportunities. But basically, the main levers you have are the injection rate per well and then water production. So you have to have optionality with your wells. So we wouldn't.
Is the water production because the water displaced, or is it the hydrostatic pressure forms it in so it comes up, or is it something else?
I'm not sure so ask the question again, because I feel like those are.
I mean, what forces the water up out of the formation? Is it just the pressure and it's being displaced by the carbon dioxide as it moves through the pore space? Is that generally?
Yeah. Yep.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. And Holly, the fact that water's produced doesn't necessarily, it could, but doesn't necessarily equate to being an aquifer. It's just that you've got a porous material that's saturated with water that you're displacing. Would that be an accurate?
Yes.
And which is a good point. I mean, at that deep, is it fresh water? Or is it the saltwater brine stuff that you talked about?
Mr. Chairman, we would never inject anything, even at that depth, into fresh water. Not that there is any at that depth, but and actually there's very strict rules that the DEQ could could talk about better than I, but I believe 10,000 parts per million would be the absolute lowest that you would be allowed to get a class 6 permit for CO2 storage. So that's all very protected to make sure that you're not going to be injecting CO2 into fresh water under any scenario.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
So what's the timing of the 2 wells in Gillette? County for when you start to inject or test it?
Mr. Co-Chairman, so regarding our existing 2 wells, our current project does not fund actual injection. It just, all the wells were created to do testing and interference testing between the wells so that we can build the models for injection. So right now, we don't have the funding to actually, we don't have a CO2 source right now, but it's all part of a project. So we're in the carbon safe program. We're working with Basin Electric, and there's a technology being demonstrated at Dry Fork Power Station at the 10 megawatt level that uses membranes to capture CO2. Should that move on to a commercial project, or if Basin were to implement any kind of carbon capture, then we would have the CO2. But we do intend to keep pursuing this project and others around the state to get them ready for commercial developers. But right now, we don't have line of sight to actually do the injection of CO2.
So is this tied in with the application for the CCUS storage from the federal government that we're in competition for? Is that part of this, or is this separate? Is this a separate effort?
Mr. Chairman, can you say more about that?
My understanding is the state is in the process of submitting an application for a CCUS storage facility that's funded by the federal government. And I'm just wondering, are these part of that? Is this part, are you associated with that, or are these 2 separate projects that you're looking at?
Mr. Chairman, there are many different separate projects, but they are all under that carbon safe program that's funded by the feds. So yes, I think we're writing 5 different applications right now at the School of Energy Resources. We're not leading all of them, but we're involved with 5 different ones that are all focused in one way or another on capturing CO2 and storing it in Wyoming.
Okay.
So
continue.
Yep. Okay. So back to the CO2 in public works. If you move to slide 10, I can talk a little bit about scheduled deliverables and preliminary conclusions. I'd be happy to come back and present when we're finished with the study. But we expect it to be divided into 4 main sections. So a background with kind of primers on these very questions that they're asking us about how CO2 fits into concrete and how we can have incremental CO2 uptake in concrete that could be used in public works, how it compares to the amount of CO2 generated by the state's coal-fired power plants, how this would work with a CO2 storage hub. Then we're looking at low carbon policy drivers that could provide incentives for potential users of low carbon concrete in Wyoming should those entities choose to pursue those opportunities. We'll look at utilization of public low carbon concrete in Wyoming and really what we think the scale of the opportunity is. And then of course that CO2 storage hub that we've been talking about. So on slide 11 is the schedule. And as I said, we are working with our team. All materials will be submitted to the School of Energy Resources by mid-November. So coming soon, we'll complete our report and it's due to you all and the Minerals Committee December 1st. And we are on schedule. The one thing I do want you to know is that we would like to undertake a few more activities after that deadline to to convert our report into a peer-reviewed journal publication so that it's in the public domain, and maybe engage with entities, take some time to engage with entities around the state that might have use for this information. So we'll continue to execute on this project even after we submit the report to you all. So preliminary conclusions on slide 12. We think CO2 utilization of products, this is a new area. It's emerging interest, and we think it's it's good for Wyoming to stay on top of this. It's an early stage opportunity. It does have challenges. So if you're wondering, where does this rank in terms, let's look, EOR fully deployed, and commercial entity or commercial sector. CO2 storage, we're getting very close. We're working with commercial interests to try to host projects in the state. And this is earlier stage, but can move relatively quickly. So we do think CO2 utilization, EOR, and CO2 storage, plastics, saline storage, which we've been talking about, should remain a high priority given the scale needed to support the coal sector in Wyoming. This is CO2 and public works is not enough to support the whole sector and the energy sector in Wyoming. So we still need to keep or to use all the CO2 from that sector. And so we still need to keep our foot to the gas on enhanced oil recovery and CO2 storage. And we do think that there's opportunity to continue working on these low carbon concrete and other novel building products in Wyoming. So let's see, the last thing I have about this study is on slide 13, and basically just lists things that you'll hear about. So we'll narrow down a bit on the costs. We'll also quantify the amount of CO2 that could be used in these ways, potential market opportunities in Wyoming and then in nearby states, and opportunities that such projects could get support. So that's actually all I have on this, but if the committee is interested and it so pleases the committee, I did put in more material on other things that we're doing at School of Energy Resources. We have a lot of public works building blocks in our research program. So if you would be interested in hearing that, I can continue.
So I would also just compliment you on page 15. There's a picture of Representative Burkhart.
Well,
I never seen him. He doesn't smile, and here he's smiling. So I don't know how you caught that, but I think that's pretty remarkable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our Director of Outreach, Christine Reed, is quite talented in many ways. So that picture I'm going to take, since you got us to slide 15, is on some of our other research projects. So I'm taking that as a yes. To keep going. I'll go fast.
Keep going.
Okay, so those pictures are actually taken from our groundbreaking for our coal refinery demonstration in Campbell County. And so you're probably familiar with our carbon engineering initiative, which has moved out of our laboratory into the field. And so we have experience working with partners and research entities and our colleagues across the University of Wyoming, particularly in the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences and the College of Ag, to work on progressing Wyoming focused technologies. And this is such a success story, and really want to thank this committee for your support over the years. I believe this program started in 2016, but what we're doing in Campbell County is we're demonstrating a process to create feedstocks to make materials from Wyoming coal that are not used for energy. So I think hopefully you've heard of the coal bricks. I don't think I brought any to this committee. I'm happy to do that next time I come.
Somebody had one in the session last
Yeah,
year.
Senator Anderson, I believe, has one on his desk or did at one point. So what we're doing is looking at large scale applications for consuming Wyoming coal. And we are working on three main areas: construction materials, soil amendments, and asphalt replace additives. So you can see how it fits really well with this CO2 and public works project. In the construction materials, we have bricks, flooring, we're even working on structural materials. Those are still in the lab. So we have different levels of technology readiness. But in the picture next to Representative Burkhart, which you so kindly noted, you actually can see a picture of a house that's on the University of Wyoming campus off of 22nd Street. And that is made from coal char derived bricks. So those bricks were made from Wyoming coal. We have it next to a traditional clay brick house. And there's really two objectives. One is to use Wyoming coal. The other is to change kind of the thought process around that mineral.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Approximately, what is the percentage of coal in a coal char brick?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, so the first generation bricks were about 50% carbon. So just so you know, we're not using straight coal. It's like a coal char. Through this process, we're trying to use every piece of the coal, but we use it for different products. And so the first generation was about 40% carbon from the coal char. And then second generation, we have it up to 70%. So we're just working with it. We're trying to make sure it's durable, it's cost competitive, and it uses as much Wyoming coal as possible. That's our goal. So. Okay, so we're also.
Representative Stiff keeps wanting to ask a
Oh,
question.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, no, sorry to interrupt, but I would like a char brick if I could get one, maybe 140 proof char brick would be great to have on my desk. And really, I just want to say thank you for grabbing the bull by the horns, going forward with this project so very quickly. You're on a tight timeline. And as you know, if we're able to put a cost number on it, then as policymakers, we can make the choice whether does it make sense to put any taxpayer money into artificially starting this market. For example, if it was cost an extra $50 a cubic yard for concrete for YDOT to use, does it make sense to try to do that? And of course, the big goal is the Wyoming market's really small, but if we could make it work here, we might be able to convince some of our coal customer states to do the same thing, who consume a whole lot more concrete than we do. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that commercial break. We appreciate it. So, go ahead.
Okay, so the other things we're working on are soil amendments and asphalt additives. The soil amendments in particular are interesting. They retain moisture and fertilizers in soil. I'm going to keep moving pretty fast here. And then on slide 16, I have a little schematic of a new initiative we have to focus on Wyoming oil and gas. It's called the Maori Project. And so right now we have 6 different projects we're supporting with funding from the Wyoming Energy Authority, and we're very grateful to that. And we have an multidisciplinary team focused on solving problems or challenges associated with Wyoming's largest untapped unconventional oil and gas resource. And we're really excited about this work. So we're in phase 1 now. And obviously oil and gas, fundamental building block of modern life and of public works. And so very grateful to Wyoming Energy Authority and the Energy Resources Council Governor's Office, everyone who helped us get this off the ground. So we're just in phase 1 of this, but we think this is a really important opportunity for the state of Wyoming. So we've launched that project to develop that. And the list of specific projects and the faculty and staff across the University of Wyoming working on the Maori Project are listed on slide 17. So I won't go through all of those, but lots of different collaborators focused on Wyoming. And, I think I just want to say this is so important to us because faculty can only do research when they have funding to do that research. So the federal government is not funding new oil and gas research right now. So for these faculty to be able to work on Wyoming oil and gas, we had to find the money for them. So we're really grateful for this opportunity. I think it also presents an opportunity because the feds aren't funding this kind of work, and because investment is really down in the commercial oil and gas sector, that it gives Wyoming an opportunity, if we're willing to invest in this sector and study our reserves and try to unlock those by addressing technical challenges, that it will hopefully pay big dividends for the state in the long run. So moving on, I have a slide on CCUS, which is mostly about the Wyoming Carbon Safe Project. We've talked about all this really so far. It just lists, this is for the 2 wells that are in Campbell County. You can see, well, you can't see on this, at least on my paper, it's really small. We have 2, one is to about 8,400 feet and one's just shy of 10,000 feet, those 2 wells. And so still working with that and advancing CCUS. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, I just wanted to thank this committee for the funding you provided for matching for energy funds. So on slide 19, I just listed some of the projects. I think this is what the chairman was asking about. you know, what are all these things we're competing for? We need matching funds for. They're out there. It took the federal government a long time to start releasing these funding opportunity announcements. But I don't know how we would go after all these for Wyoming without the matching funds. So really just giving you an update on that and appreciate your support. And we listed what most of these are have been released. Not the DAC hub is not released yet, but we do know the percentages of cost share now, which was a mystery before. We were kind of guessing. So wanted to provide you with that information. And then on the next slide, which is slide 20, doesn't have a number. We've gotten a lot of support to SER. We're working with commercial entities across the state, and they've been supporting our research and our students. So wanted to acknowledge those and get those on the record as well. And we have some pretty big support announcements coming up in the near future. So, and then the last thing that I have is on slide 22. I have the supplemental requests that were approved by the Energy Resources Council. And basically what the School of Energy Resources and the Energy Resources Council would put in a supplemental request really to invest in the Wyoming energy sector, coal, oil, and gas particularly, and then to invest in the School of Energy Resources in the long term. So that is all that I have.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate your time.
Yep.
We've peppered you as we've gone along. Is there any other questions for Holly? Thanks for coming over today.
Thank you for
Appreciate this, and I'm sure we'll be visiting again here soon. So
That would be great. Thank you all very much.
all right. Thank you. Is anybody on, there's nobody online about that, is there? All right. All right, next is Dawn, and I think we've got Dawn and Richard. What's that? Okay. Well, I don't know what it is you want to comment about. Richard, what is about what was just said? Oh, sure. Come on up. As long as you're nice to Dr. Kretzer, we're fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Richard Garrett. I'm a resident of Cheyenne, and as you know, I've followed carbon capture and utilization and storage for some number of years now, just as has the legislature. I want to thank you for your support, your continued support of UWSER. I think Dr. Krutka has delivered on the promises that she made when she accepted the position when it was offered. This is incredibly important to our state, to our economy, our environment, our workforce, everyone in this room. So I hope you'll continue to support robustly the work at UWSER.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you. Any questions for Richard? All right, anyone else for public comment? All right. Now go ahead. Dawn and Trish, come on up. Deputy Director and Madam Director, come on up, please. Hi, so we're here to talk about the COO, CFO update. So I saw that it's out on the, I saw the posting is up. So thank you for that. So anyway, go ahead. Dawn, we'll go ahead and since you're listed on first, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Dawn Williams. I'm the Deputy State Treasurer. Don asked me to share a timeline of the process to classify and recruit the COO position authorized by the legislature during the 2022 session.
Can you get closer?
You bet. At the IFC meeting, is that better? Okay. At the IFC meeting on March 15th, the treasurer informed the IFC that we had received a position which was to be determined by it to be either a CEO or a COO. The IFC chose the COO since under the current infrastructure in our office, the treasurer is the CEO. So we solicited input from our IFC members and began researching job descriptions for a chief operating officer. I think it's important to note that when the IFC made its recommendations for the CEO and COO positions in its report that was required by the 2021 House Bill 244, it was under the overarching recommendation that a new investment entity would be created. That would require new management. Fitting this COO position into our existing structure has been challenging. On March 21st, Dr. Reed, who is a member of the IFC, sent us a job description which mirrored those I had come across in my research. The traditional job description for a COO encompasses just what it sounds like. This person is responsible for running the office. As you might imagine, the treasurer is sensitive to that description, given his responsibility as an elected official for oversight of his own office. As a result, we began working on a modified version of the typical COO job description. The treasurer presented it to the IFC at the May 9th meeting. At that time, the IFC also suggested we secure the services of a recruiting firm. After the meeting, the treasurer was still not comfortable with the job description as we had it, so we continued to conduct research and think about what he envisioned for the position. So finally, we submitted our request for classification to ANI on June 21st. I followed up with ANI on July 14th. And on July 20th, I had a position review meeting with Amanda at ANI. That's the usual process when you're classifying a position. You submit your JCQ, which is your job content questionnaire, job description, and then ANI reviews it and conducts a meeting with the agency. So then I followed up again on August 24th. I followed up on September 14th. And at September 28th, it came up again at CapFin when I was reporting to you that I should probably say it's Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investment that we commonly call CapFin. And it came up again that we had still not had a classified position. And the committee at that time directed Don to get involved. So he reached out to ANI on September 29th. On October 5th, we heard from ANI requesting more information, which was frankly a reiteration of the information I provided on July 20th, but we complied. On October 11th, I reached out to Don again to tell him I was still waiting on ANI. I reached out, on October 14th, I called Don to tell him I thought we had resolved it. Jared Hansen got involved and things started moving. So I called Don, I told him I thought we'd got it resolved. And on October 18th, we received notice that the position had indeed been classified. On October 19th, I got the draft recruitments. And then on the 20th, we actually posted the job. We did prepare an RFP for a recruiting firm, as I mentioned, that our IFC had recommended, and we submitted that on August 19th. We waited till the end of August because we didn't have a job classification. We thought, well, if we get we can hire a recruiting firm, but we don't have a job to tell them to recruit yet. So we decided that takes a while, was we better get it out there. And in fact, that position or that RFP closed yesterday. And so we got the results of that. Only one respondent to that RFP. There's no way to know how long it will take to find suitable candidates to interview for this position, let alone hire one. But we are going to move as fast as we can, given the applicants that we receive. The legislation specifies that the IFC has to conduct the interviews and make a recommendation to the treasurer, and it's a challenge to gather those folks. So we'd like to gather enough resumes to make it worth their time to gather and review them. We have received the names of some potential applicants, and I have reached out to them to inform them that the job is posted. And we've also posted on LinkedIn. As the chairman mentioned, we've got that posted through our state website, and which goes to Indeed, and then we'll pursue the services of a recruiting firm. As soon as we have that selected, which is going to be pretty easy, then we'll get working on that and get that application to them. But that was just as of yesterday. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Don? Go ahead, Trish, anything to add?
Thank you. My name is Patricia Bach. I'm Director of A&I. HRD is under my supervision. And generally speaking, the timeline is accurate. In our comp policy, when something comes down, especially when it's something that's in a bill or in the budget footnote. We make sure that there's no conflict. In this case, I think that there was conflict between the deputy director, the treasurer, and the bill. So a lot of the time it took is to make sure that we were classifying it appropriately.
Can I ask you a question
Sure.
about that? Because I mean, it seemed like that kind of work is where they just hang out. And so I'll be the first to admit that a lot of what happens in state hiring is, not having been in that arena, I don't understand all the issues associated with it. But, and so as we did that, and maybe, that's between our footnote and then the governor's editing of the footnote, which is kind of unique, but we may have compounded that problem. And at the end of the day, I mean, this job is kind of it's a one of a kind in the state. It's the only kind of it's kind of like Patrick on the investment side, and then this is basically intended to be a counterbalance for the back office for the accounting, and so it doesn't meet it. It is a unique classification to anything else under state government, and so I mean, as we look at that, what problems did that cause for your office? And if we ever do this again, which I hope we don't have to, but if we ever do this again, how do we instruct you to write that differently?
Chairman Perkins, I think it was a little bit complicated. I think Dawn is right with the chief operating officer. It's a little odd when you already have one. I think that's why it ended up coming down to the AWIN, which is the same as Patrick's position, because there was a salary attached, and the way that read was basically the investment officer's salary. And so what we landed on was go with that because of the information we got from the treasurer and Dawn. If it's not quite right, it's nothing that can't be fixed after that time.
So, I mean, I think our vision of this was, what we have is you've got this, unique to state agency on the investment side. You've got these folks doing different things, and we're working through we did the incentive compensation and so there's a lot of things unique about that side. And so this is the counterbalance to that. And so this isn't it's not intended to be a CFO or a COO of the treasurer's office. It's intended to be a COO of the investment accounting side. And so that's a unique skill set. And so, anyway, anything we can do to help, or if we need to go back and provide some additional clarification in upcoming legislation or something like that, we're more than, we certainly take all that under advisement so we can do to help.
Chairman, I think that the way that I had looked at the position, and it may absolutely be wrong, was more of a back office COO. So accounting side.
Right, that's correct.
Which is not the AWIN position technically.
But help me. The acronym got me.
Sorry, that's the investment. I don't want to keep saying his name, but that's the investment position.
Oh, okay.
So what we did in the end, because there was confusion about what exactly this was going to look like, that we went with that position based on the MQs and the discussion with the treasurer on what he wanted. And that changed a bit over time. And that's normally what happens when you're going through classification.
We're making a new job.
Correct. So that's what we landed on. I don't think anything needs to be done in the future if that changes slightly. If it looks like, well, maybe the IFC looks at it and they want everybody that applied. So for example, in the NEOGOV system, it's cleared right now. There's nobody that's going to fail when they apply. It'll go to the IFC and they'll decide if they fail. Okay. And then we'll look at it and make sure they have everything they need. So I think it's okay now. I will say that the confusion is not necessarily uncommon but it's compounded by this position, which we don't really have a position for. There was a discussion to maybe it needs to be an EXMT03. that doesn't support a
What's that?
$250,000. That is, so for example, you have some administrators that are on the EX, which means the executive scale.
Okay.
I'm an EX. I think Dawn's an EX. So on that scale. But that doesn't support a salary of what was
Like that,
listed. So that's another problem we ran into. So it's trying to figure out if we have to do a single classification, and we may have to do a single classification for this position.
Okay. Mr. Co-Chair, do you have something?
Yeah, a couple different things. So, number one, I'm looking at the job description. What do you call it? The posting. And what's interesting to me is you have to read through the whole thing to figure out to me, actually, you can't tell what this person is going to do from this job description. You just can't. So someone who reads this is not going to know that his job or her job is to run and have competence in operating the new systems that you're putting in place to manage all of the trades and the accounting components of those trades in the middle and back office. You would never know that by reading this. So help me with that. Either one of you or both of you. Why wouldn't the job description be specific enough so someone would know that to tailor the job, the work requirements to what we wanted it to do?
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, I think Dawn is probably better able to answer that. We don't write the job description. We take it and evaluate it. So I think Dawn is better suited to answer that question.
Okay, Dawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. I think I see your point. I think that what your vision is for the position may not necessarily square with what the treasurer's vision is for the position, and that may be why you're not seeing what you're looking for.
Well, we funded the position to perform certain functions. And if you don't have hire someone that's going to perform those functions, then you're not complying with what that function was created for. And so then you don't need the position. If that's the position of the treasurer, then you should tell us that. And if we're in conflict, so be it. And we'll defund the position. But obviously what we want is someone who is an expert and has background, I'm looking at the qualifications. We don't want someone who is an investment analyst. That doesn't do us any good. We want someone who's going to run your system and be able to be, so, you've got 4 consultants working for you right now, 3 or 4, doing different projects, putting in your system, your QED, all the things that are going to put the investment online. And so the trades are instantaneous, the accounting parts are instantaneous. We want someone who's going to look at all your systems and know how to operate them, how to run them, so that it is always working and up to speed, and we're staying ahead of the curve, and we're never in a position that you can't, that you can't comply with the bookkeeping requirements. And we know exactly where the trades are and where they're going and how it's all working. And I think what we kind of want. If that's
Mr. Chairman,
not
I would submit that's what we're already doing. That's what we're doing.
Well, but no, you're not. I mean, the last number of years in the audit and the struggles we've had in that tell us that no, the front office is way out in front of the back office. And as we design the back office systems, there has to be somebody there who's been down this road before. And this may not be a permanent position. It's not, and it may be, and I've said this before, I think in some respects, this person may be a temporary person, because I think there's going to be some hard feelings, and this person may not last once they get through this process. But what's clear is that the back office operations are not adequate to keep up with the front office operations. And so we've got the system, we're making huge investments to try and get this done. But the problem is But we don't have anybody who's done this before in the back office.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your comments. I would say that that has been true, and that's why you've given us more people. That's why we have funding for new systems, and that's why we're improving. And so if you'll see that this year, you're not seeing those back office issues. We're on track and on time with our audit submissions. So I would say that I appreciate what you're saying about the COO. I will take that back to the treasurer. The position is posted. The reason those qualifications are listed with an investment heavy emphasis is because it's classified as the AWIN 05 that the director was speaking about. They did not want, the A&I did not want to create a special classification for this position. So they pigeonholed it into this AWIN 05, or maybe pigeonholed is strong, but tried to put it into that classification because of the salary. So the reason that the position is open now is because the AWIN 05 classification says you have to have certain educational requirements that are not required of this position. So the very first person who applied for it was disqualified. So we had to call over and say that wasn't our intention. And A&I was said, yep, you're right, we know. So we're going to open the position so that anybody who applies for it will go through and you can review yourself. So you see those qualifications, some of them, like I say, bend toward investment because this position classification is an investment classification. So we're straddling the line. We're doing our best. I think A&I is doing their best to try to say, how do we fit this in to what we have going and to comply with all of their parity rules as well. So I think that we're doing the best we can.
There's no question you guys are not working hard. But, you know, at the end of the day, if somehow this is, you know, we didn't have the intent and we didn't want to fund the chief strategy officer. And if this is an end run to try and get a chief strategy officer, it's not gonna, I don't think the legislature is gonna stand for that. But anyway.
Chairman Perkins, I
ahead.
think that Representative Nicholas kind of nailed it on the head. I think the entire process of trying to figure out what this is, that nobody agreed on what this person was going to do, including those inside the treasurer's office. And that was part of the problem, which in the end, we had to say, if you want a $250,000 position, we'll classify it as an AWIN 05, which is the investment position. And we put the MQs to the treasurer's office, and they came back with those MQs. So that's exactly, I think, the problem. And if we had a little more, and maybe if we had a little more time to work together and find out exactly what's needed and agree on it, I think it would have been easier.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, you know, regardless of what's transpired so far, I think that the job description as it currently stands needs to be modified. And it needs to be consistent with the legislative intent. And that is to get a COO for the back office who can function, perform the functions of operating and managing and getting, you know, assisting you in turning yours into a world-class operation that is investing $18 billion. You know, that's what we want. And so they need to be familiar with the systems that you're putting in and have that accounting and managerial background to operate that. And so there's no way that anyone looking at this job description would know that that's what the job is for, at least as we constructed it. And if so the idea that it's classified as an investment position is just wrong. And it's not what we intended. And if we have to create a special unit for this position, that's what we want to do, and that's what we intended to do. Now, whether or not the treasurer desires to hire that position is that's up to him. I mean, we can't say you will go hire him, but we made the fund available because that's what we think from our experiences the office needs. And now you may disagree with that. And frankly, that's another discussion that I think we're going to have, which will probably involve a further audit of your office from an independent entity to tell us what we don't know, because we're not experts in it. But if we need to know, number one, if your current systems are going to be up and operational, and how it's going to work. And we want someone from outside and say, yeah, this is what you're supposed to have. What they are doing is right. And it's this, they're online, they're on target, and you're achieving the goals that we express and we talk about. Because we don't know that. I mean, all we have to rely on, Don, is what you tell us. And the fact is that you've been telling us that certain things that don't always come to fruition in a timely fashion. We got our fingers crossed. But the idea for us is, we want to go to different reserve account changes, and we're changing. CapFin is working on modifying the income-based analysis and turning that into more of a long-term investment strategy so we can have a greater return. All those things. In order to effectuate that, we need to know that the back office and the middle office are capable of doing what we're asking, and that everything's caught up with itself. And so the back office is prepared for whatever we do from our investment side. And we're not comfortable with it. And so my question to you is, how can we gain that confidence? Maybe we need to come to your office, sit down with your consultants and who are working with you, and have them explain this to us, what's happening, how it works, what you've done, what they've done, and how that is, and then so we understand what's going on from that perspective, as opposed to just every 2 months you saying, this is how far along we are. On your steps, we're still in phase 1, and we've got phase 2, and then phase 3 is kind of very nebulous. We don't really even know what that is. Phase 1 is based upon, phase 3 is based upon what's going to happen in phase 2. So we're left going like, well, are we going to be fully functional and operational when, and how is it going to work? And so we want some kind of independent collaboration of are we doing the right thing? Are we spending the right amount of dollars? You just sent us your spreadsheet of the costs of the various folks that are doing the services for you. And we need to know that all of those dollars are being spent to get to where we got the same goal at the end of the tunnel. So I know that's my frustration personally. We just got to know if it's working, and have someone tell us, yeah, what they're doing is right, and then they kind of walk us through the basics on what your new systems are doing and how they're going to function. Show us, give us samples of it, and compare it to other entities that do the same thing, other endowment models, so that we can know, yeah, we're all on the right course, and we're going to get there, and we have a confidence level that is justifiable for the amount of money we're investing and how we're having the internal investments. That's the whole point. Otherwise, why have internal investing in the first place? We can go it all to BlackRock or some other entity if we don't have a comfort zone that we can manage our own dollars and trades. So that's what our concern is. That was the purpose of this person, is to help us, educate us, and help the office get to that position. And once again, you can't tell that by reading this job description. And so who's going to apply for it and know what the goal is and the objectives are? So, and if we can't get that person through you getting us COO, then we can hire someone else who will come in and do an audit and just sit there to watch what you do and report back to us. I mean, we've got to do something. So that's my beef.
So Senator Guru, did you have something? Anyway, I mean, sure, if you want to respond, feel free to respond, or Senator Guru, if not, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Don. I'm going to go back to something you just said a minute ago. Right now, give me the state of play with regards to our audit. I heard you say we're on time. Everything's on time, moving smoothly, moving towards the goal of having a certified audit return ready to go on the 31st of December as prescribed by law. Is that basically what I'm hearing? All right.
Okay, thanks. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just,
Mr. Vice Chair.
I'm not very imaginative. I hate reinventing the wheel. I think maybe we can assume part of the burden of more clearly articulating what our expectations are. If we have the folks on the IFC, there's 4 of them that have a lot of background and experience. And if we just say, hey, could you call some of your friends on Wall Street that might send us a job description of somebody that performs this middle office, back office function, and you know, we can take a look at that and maybe more clearly define what our expectations are. I think that might be helpful.
Anything else?
Online staff, I hate to break the conversation.
Can't hear me?
Can't hear you, can't hear Senator Kinski because you're speaking in directions that are not including your microphone. You did fine.
I'm gonna get their budget.
So we're speaking obliquely.
So the microphone is not catching.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's good. Anything else? Anything else, Don?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So as I stated, we did receive a job description from Dr. Reed, who is a member of the IFC. And I'm certainly happy to share that with you. And that is a traditional Chief Operating Officer job description, which is what I think is visioned by COO. Again, I tell you that there is a disconnect between what you are asking for and what the treasurer wants. And I wouldn't say he's trying to end run this to a chief strategy officer. He's trying to make it fit within our organization in the best way that he feels possible. I will definitely and promise to share your clarified intent about what you're asking for and what your intentions were with this position. And we'll work on modifying the job description again.
All right, thank you. Trish, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, anything else? All right, thanks so much.
Tom. Thanks, Trish.
All right, so now we've got, we're point of general public comment. Or any general public comment for us? Anybody in the room? Sure, go ahead. Are you gonna come up here and talk to us? Oh, okay. Is there anybody online for general public comment? All right, so there's no general public comment, so let's take 3 minutes and formulate your thoughts and we'll wrap up, finish.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
after we're all done, I have an announcement to make. If I could have a couple of minutes after the meeting's convened, appreciate it.
So, but yeah, but I mean, this might be the perfect opportunity to give a incredible warm thanks to our Mr. Co-Chair. This is probably the last meeting he's going to chair for appropriations. And it's all I can say is that it's been an incredible pleasure to work with you. You're the glue of this group, and we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you sincerely.
I get us stuck and we bog down because of me. Thank you for that.
And good luck on your new endeavors, but we just appreciate working with you, and it's just been a joy working with you. So thanks a lot.
It's an honor to serve with this group. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's what it's like to have those embarrassing long ovations. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been the honor of my life to serve in the legislature. So, and appropriations is a unique committee, as everybody knows. And so enjoy your time. And Evan, this is your last Well, you got a little bit more to do, but you know, you're done. You're pretty quick, and Mark's done, Andy, you know, you guys know, but so if you've got anything you want to share with us, you know, feel free to do that, but you want, you know, we appreciate, you know, it's just been a great collaboration in the House and Senate. I think it's a model for how joint committees are supposed to work, and just appreciate the comment. I appreciate the camaraderie and everything. So Andy, Evan, and Mark, thank you guys so much, and good luck in whatever you guys do. So can we give them an embarrassing long ovation as well? Thank you. All right. Well, now we've had kumbaya. Are you guys, so, we're now to committee directives. So, well, Andy, we'll just start with you. Anything for next meeting?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't have anything in particular. I'm just gonna really miss the jovial abuse I get from the Senate chair in these meetings.
Thank you for being such a good-natured target.
But no, I have nothing in particular at the moment.
Thank you. Representative Stiff?
Oh, nothing at this time. Thank you.
Evan, Representative Simpson, Mr. Skinner? No? No? Mr. Co-chair? I don't have anything. Mr. Vice Chair? All right. Staff, anything for us? Any further direction, anything, any clarification you need from us on anything?
Mr. Chairman, just a housekeeping item. We will post this shortly. I believe you had stepped away last evening. I think the committee has elected to proceed with the December budget hearings commencing on December 8th through December 17th is their tentative schedule, and we'll proceed with that. We will have a bill draft for you that you looked at today on enterprise technology services, cybersecurity, and GIS. And before you leave today, we do have hard copies of the ECA recommendation, which we can transmit with your approval. With that, Mr. Chairman, we have nothing further.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
There were, unfortunately, I was away at an appointment. There were bills dealing with those loan funds that I think were postponed till December.
There's a couple that were tabled, yes.
And were they tabled with instruction to staff as to how they were to be revised and brought back in December, or no?
No, they, I don't remember. I think we just tabled them. We didn't do it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Excellent, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
I just, a clarification, we have a cap fin meeting coming up. I realize it's not quite identical to this group. And in the last communication I got, it said Casper. My understanding before it was in Cheyenne. So I just want to make sure I know where I'm going.
You know, I had that once years ago. I actually came to Cheyenne for a CAPFIN meeting that turned out was in Casper, less than 3 miles from my house. I had made it back in time for lunch. Where are we, Dawn or Karen or somebody? Where's?
Mr. Chairman, I have reserved Casper for you, but if you would prefer to meet in Cheyenne, I can certainly make that change.
What's the date? Was this?
November 7, Monday.
I was anticipating coming to Cheyenne for that meeting, but Representative, well,
I can definitely make whatever
You're not on the
change
committee?
chairman decide.
so I mean, what,
That was originally going to be 2 days.
just it's down to one.
Correct.
And what day of the week is that?
November 7th is a Monday.
It's the day before Election Day. It was scheduled originally for that Monday and then Election Day Tuesday, but we can get everything done on Monday.
The only reason to go to Casper is if it's easier for the members, Senate side particularly, and Representative Parchman. And that's dependent on his availability to come down here, maybe depending on how well he plays this weekend.
Good point. Well, so right now, let's leave it at Casper and then we'll check and if it, I'll visit with the co-chair and if we want to change that, we will. But for right now, let's leave it as Casper.
All right,
Okay?
sir. Do you mind if I adjourn the meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one matter.
One
I'd like-
more before you do that.
Before you
All right,
do.
sir. Thank
Representative
It's an official matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought you might be interested in what transpired downstairs this morning. You notice I zipped away for a few minutes. And so this was the water and sewer grant program allocations, 116 applications and only 19 were recommended approval. And so we had a room full of mayors down there and public works directors. And the governor allowed me to do an introductory comment. And in that comment, I talked about how we worked into that 50 million and we needed to save the $72 million in case there was a variant coming back from COVID. But we've been blessed and that hasn't happened. And so we're ready to move forward with that money. And so I advised the group that next week in my select water committee, we're actually entertaining a bill to take more ARPA money and slide it into this group and not re-advertise for new applications, but rather just go down further on the list and pick up another 20 or 30 projects. And I invited the governor's staff to submit to us, to our committee, what number, and I gave them a range, somewhere in the 30 million to 40 million range is where we needed to be in order to make a dent on that list. And throughout the rest of the morning, excuse me, the mayors and public works directors really worked the top 5 elected officials and said, we need more ARPA money in this program. Please go after it. And so I wanted you to be aware there was significant public pressure placed on our top 5 to slide some more ARPA money into this water and wastewater. So
I'm surprised you didn't march them up here into this room for a minute. General public comment, but anyway.
So Evan, you heard I don't know if you were here for the testimony of, from the governor's office of Rennie. Rennie said that there are substantially more dollars available that will be coming available, not from ARPA, but from the, yeah, and remind me what those are.
That's the Infrastructure
Kevin,
Improvement
yeah.
Jobs Act.
And yeah,
Inflation
which
Reduction
will
Act.
go into the hundreds of millions.
the challenge with that, Mr. Chairman, is that we haven't received enough direction on that. So that may have all kinds of strings attached, low to moderate income communities, Dave's bacon wages, all those things. And certainly, and we don't have any idea, is it going to be 100% grant or 10% grant? So the unknown on that is still really a variable. So
I understand that, but on the other hand, we want to use other sources besides ARPA dollars if they're available and not upload too much of the remaining ARPA dollars for your water projects, knowing that there's other dollars out there, even though they're that are specifically for water projects. And so we have to be discreet about the.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be here to debate that with you. I'd love to. I think we turned out okay last year. Both the House and the Senate wanted to drop more money into our communities. So be aware of that. That's coming down.
And Mr. Chairman, I just to tail on to what Co-Chairman Nicholas was saying. I'm still confused over the criteria. There were some projects I thought could have really moved the needle in a couple of communities. One would be to extend water and sewer infrastructure, which would open up some developable land. And the highest rated was a project that had already been paid for, funded. They're just swapping dollars, ARPA dollars out for their dollars. Not that I'm against that, but I'm not sure why that made it so highly rated. I guess it was because it was more shovel ready than the other use, but.
Mr. Chairman, they had a series of ranking, and just for your information, when it all shook out because there was so many smaller communities that were disturbed because their grant writing skills weren't as good, and therefore they felt like they were ranked lower. State Auditor Racinas, used to call her Christie, really made it. I mean, she saved the meeting literally and just put her arms around. The 7.5 million was the maximum. She reached in and grabbed about 6 projects that were around that ward for bigger cities. And she stripped them from about roughly $1 million from each of the project, spread them out amongst the next group of people or next projects, and made it go way further than what it could have done. And so she did a really nice job managing a meeting that was otherwise a little bit challenging. So thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Thank you for your work, and thank you for being the water guru. And you are still a private citizen. You can appear on Zoom and testify.
I'll do that
whenever you
in the
want.
Appropriations Committee to make sure this
There
bill
you
doesn't
go.
die. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Don, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to leave Senator Kinski with the notion there was one state loan, it's LSO 100, which will require a final vote in December.
And so the other housekeeping thing is, if you haven't filled out your travel voucher request form, please do so. And